Hello, hello, hello. I hope you are all well. Quiet, Chloe, Wiley, Marzi. How you all doing? Hopefully you are good. Alright. Full disclosure, I had to cheat in 25,000 titanium. This morning, I was switching over a couple of my storage cells because they were starting to get a little full. Or would have been soon. The titanium was in a 4K one. I made the new 16K one, took out the old 4K one that had 25,000 titanium in there, went to click it into here, somehow must have clicked it somewhere else and it just vanished. So, no idea where it went. I looked everywhere, I couldn't find it. Becky, 38 months, thank you so much. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? How's Becky today? Hopefully you are good. Hey, and you get to stand next to M. And there you go. Perfect. Thank you, Becky. Alive, just? That's good. I'm glad to hear you are at the very least alive. Alright, so the plan for today is two things at the moment. Firstly, finish off doing the microminer we started last stream. We just need to make it and set up the timings and what have you for it, and make sure we've got storage space for everything from it. And then we need to start working on circuits. That's kind of the plan. So we do just need a tier 1 microminer, which we already have, I think. That is the right one, right? Yes. And we need a starry diamond block. It's going to be another relatively quiet day for me today, by the way. Just a heads up. Alright, what do I actually need? 3 tempered glass. Which we already have. A bunch of microversium. How much, though? 17. Or microversium casings, at least. We might need more or less than that, I'm not sure. Right. So that. Then we are going to need item input, fluid input, and that's basically it. Oh, technically we're going to need 2 item inputs, aren't we? But yeah, that's basically all we will need. So we need an actual input bus. We need an ME input bus. We need an ME input hatch. Could do a stocking hatch, but don't really need it. Not with how long the microminer missions take, anyway. Alright, what else do we need? I don't think... Oh, energy hatch. And we are going to just stick with these at the... Actually, we might upgrade this one. Run this one at IV instead. Don't think I need anything else. I'm just gonna... Oh, we do need the redstone clock still. Those. That will go there, there, there. Oh, we didn't actually need half of this stuff, did we? Because half of it is... already there from the other one. We do already have the assembly grate as well. Does anything need to go on the top? Just the output and inputs. How did I set up the inputs on this? That's a very good point. Oh, right, yeah. And we do need to use an actual output bus, don't we? Rather than any output bus. Got an ad on Reddit that said, Bigfoot deserves privacy. I mean, I guess he kind of does. Why are we concerned about this? Do we know? I think that's everything. Why are you not forming though? Oh, because you haven't got an energy hatch yet. Duh. You should actually be there. And you should be there. There we go. That's better. Right. Okay, so that'll go around there to go into the clock. I mean, yeah, as he should be. He's a very rare species, I guess. He should be protected at all costs. I'm very curious where that came from, though, exactly. Alright, 2 of those. And how do we set these up again? Basically just extracting from there, inserting it into the interface. Except for the microminer itself, which we actually still haven't made the microminer yet either, have we? Alright, and that will extract from there. Which microminer are we using? The tier 3. Have we got a recipe for that? No. The tier 3 is... the tier 3 is made in the elite crafting table. I don't know if I don't think it's worth making a recipe for this. I don't think we're going to need enough of them to make an actual recipe for this. Like, is there any other the tier 3s that we need? Oh shit! I read that as privacy. Oh, sorry. It was privacy. But you read it as okay. I mean, maybe he deserves that too. Who knows? Do we even know if Bigfoot is supposed to be male or female? Is pregnancy even an option for it? Who knows? We might want this one. Although I don't know why. We should be able to make a recipe for it anyway. It should be fine. Anyway, right. We need to insert into there, but we need to blacklist. Where am I? Just regular filters. There they are. We need to blacklist the microminer. And then we need to insert into here. I've done it again. Need to insert into there, and we need to whitelist the microminer. This needs rocket fuel. No, it doesn't. It's already got it from there. Perfect. Your brain just went, I'll get it. I don't even know what to say to that, Becky. I'll be honest. That's definitely a thing. Right, we need to make sure we can output all of this. Did I not put the storage bus on there? I did. Why is it not? Oh dear. I might have screwed up slightly. I didn't set that to extract only, and I'm guessing I didn't set this. That's where it went! That explains so much. See, there's the 25,000 titanium I lost. I'm going to delete that, by the way. Oh god, I've got like a bunch of hot ingots in there as well. Oh Jesus. Well, that has solved that mystery at least. I can't just void that. I can't just clear the stuff out of that, can I? No, okay. Well, there was the 25,000 titanium I thought I lost. Right, the next thing is, why is this not allowing me to see... Ah, now it is. I wonder why it didn't let me before. Anyway. That's all fine now. We've just got to go and make the microminer. Which... I'm assuming we can make in... Ah, no, we need the... Okay, right, well, we need to make one of the... Basically one of these for the next tier up. Okay, that's fine. That shouldn't be a problem. So we just need one of these. Which... Why? Am I missing something? Oh, that takes one to craft two of them. Ah, okay. I was very confused there. As to why you would use the other crafting recipe. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff. What? Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell did that go? There's a bunch of stuff we haven't got craftable yet. I'm not going to bother. I don't think I'm going to bother making the table auto-craftable. I don't think we need to bother with that. But... we should be able to do the rest. How's everybody else doing today, anyway? Hopefully you're doing all right. Hang on. What are we actually waiting on for these? Black steel plates. There we go. Right, I'll put one of those back down there. This one we'll use to make this. We need block tungsten carbide. Let's hope it goes okay, Quiet. I take it you're off work again today. Off work class later. There we go. Elite package crafter. I've got to sort out a better way of doing all this stuff here because, like, most of this stuff is just, like, randomly kind of here. I don't know if this will make a difference if we have that, like, directly next to it or not. Also, I don't know why I have most of this stuff here. Actually, most of it I do know why we have it here. Right, let's... We can, however, get rid of this, because that's not doing anything, and we don't need that or that now. If we just put that down there. I don't know if we can have it directly next to it. I assume we probably can, but... I don't know if I want to risk it. Anyway, we need a packager and... an unpackager. Not 1,000 of them. So what are your plans for your time off today, Quiet? There we got unpackager, packager. Is there anything else we need to put in here while we're doing it? Elite. Is this where we do the crystal teen ingots as well? Is it this one that we do them in? I think it is, right? Yes. So we can do the crystal teen recipe. And we're also going to do that recipe. Is there any other recipes we need to do in here? We'll worry about that one a little later when we get to it. Same with the rest of those. I don't think there's anything we need to worry about just yet. I'm working some games mainly. Seems like a good plan. See, you seem to have been kind of really getting into Project Zomboid. I've tried to play it. I absolutely suck at it, and I don't like things that I suck at. So I haven't played too much of it, unfortunately. All right. So we need. Let's just try this out with the crystal teen. You're doing better than me, Quiet. I think the longest I've lasted is about 6 hours, and that's because I went downstairs to make a drink and just stood in a house. That's the only reason I lasted as long as I did. Right, we need one of those. I'm going to need a machine controller. No, I died when I came back and then set foot outside the front door. Apparently, no matter what I do, doesn't matter if I'm crouching or whatever I do, I can't seem to avoid attracting a lot of zombies. It doesn't help that I literally just do not have the faintest idea what I'm doing. Right, so that needs to be inverted. That faces away, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably part of my problem. I've seen so many people like really enjoying it though, so I wanna get to a point where I at least have a vague idea of what I'm doing. Plus, I don't really know how how realistic it goes, like what I need to focus on. Should I just like? Do they go down to the point of you could break such and such down into this and then make something else out of it later, or like I don't know. I don't know how kind of deep and kind of realistic the game mechanics are with it. Oh, right, yeah. I was gonna say, why is this not working? Because it won't. Actually, shouldn't that work? I can't actually remember how I set this up now. Oh, right. I've actually got... This isn't actually affecting this directly, if I remember rightly. No, that's not affecting it directly. Okay. I need laser nodes. I'm going to need storage for where we're going to put all this stuff as well. And an emitter to turn it off. This is for monazite, though. We're going to get a ton of apatite as well. So if we turn this off when we have either enough neodymium or, like, say, too much monazite ore, maybe. Try your horse stuff. You need to figure out what can be crafted out of what. And so far, the mechanics seem more realistic than 7 days, from what you can tell. Right, okay. So we are going to need another emitter in that case. And I'm going to need dedicated storage for... I do not have a lot of space in here. Oh, that's because I've got a whole bunch of 16k cells just in case. Yeah, this is all the dedicated storage stuff. So I need dedicated storage for monazite. Do I have it do I have it already for anything we're getting in? We should need it for monazite, apatite, and neodymium. I don't think we have any specific storage for them. No. Okay. So we're going to do 16Ks for each of those. Oh, no. Did I please tell me I put my workbench in here as well? I did. Okay. I thought I'd left them somewhere again. I have a habit of doing that. Alright, so we need apatite, neodymium, monazite. So, raw apatites. Raw neodymium. And raw monazite. I might have to rethink how I process all this stuff as well. Like, just keep the... actually, that's not a terrible idea. Thinking if I... But how am I going to do that? Basically, what I'm thinking is if I just keep these microminer missions running constantly, not necessarily have them on the timer, but I still need to... Nah, the way we've got it is fine, I think. I think the way we've got it is fine. Right, so how long is this microminer mission going to be? 150 seconds or 75 seconds at IV. So we need this to be on for a little over 75 seconds. How much? 75 seconds. Or 75 times 20. 1,500. So that'll be how long it's on for. We'll just give it a couple of extra ticks just to make sure. And then if we put, say, like 5 minutes between the counters before missions, between missions. That's what, 4 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, and what we need to do then is have redstone input. Oh, we also need to link these and recolor them. Playing Automaton this morning, it really is just a nice little tech pack. You do seem to really enjoy that pack. I don't need that. Total inputs. I really feel like I can redo, like I can do this a lot better in terms of how we process everything. It might actually, at this point, it might actually be worth doubling up what we have here. And just having one set of things specifically for processing stuff from the microminers. I don't want to mess around with that too much today, though. That's not really what I had planned. And how have we got this set up? Tab putting on, not. So basically, this needs to... Whenever any of these has a redstone signal, this needs to not output, I guess. Yeah. And that's right. Why did I do fluid cards in there? I have no idea. It's supposed to be a redstone card. And that was supposed to be on that side. Right, so that's inputting. So if any of these have a redstone signal, it will turn this off. Right, so we want to turn this off if we have enough neodymium. How much storage have we got for neodymium? We've got a 16k, so if we say, if we've got, say, 30,000 neodymium, it will turn off. So emit when levels are above or equal to the limit. And then if we have If it ever, for whatever reason, backs up and we get more than, say, I don't know, again, 30,000 raw monazite, that will be the thing that we back up on the most, I think. That'll emit a redstone signal then as well. So if we turn that off, that should start working. Or it will do when we put that in there. Wait a minute, did I set that up wrong? Should be inverted. Why would that? I'm a little confused how I've set this up, honestly. Oh no, that's right. It's the thing that's turned off. Why are you not working though? What do you not have? Oh, power. I knew there was something. Hey, Nodplex, how you doing? We did this on Ivy, right? Yeah, apparently power helps. Hey, Asanan, how you doing? Let's start that going. Alright, so that should get us neodymium and monazite and apatite. We don't really care about the apatites. But the neodymium and monazite, we do. Although what we want to do is switch these out for the stocking boss instead, I think. Yeah, apparently power is important if you actually want the stuff to work. Who knew? I could probably do with speeding up the Oh, actually, let's... Ah, fuck. I can't store things from over here, can I? All right, we'll have to go through and find all the stuff that we are currently... gathering from our micromine missions and put it all into here. So we know we've got these. We're only going to be doing the neodymium and the monazite for now. Did that go through already? Oh, I did. Okay. Hey, Pally. How's it going? Turns out you know what the credits do, but you're getting them anyway. Honestly, not a lot at the moment. They don't do a huge amount right now. Right, so tungsten scheelite need to go in there. I really do need to rethink how I do the processing of this stuff. I'll say that is something for another day. That's tungsten scheelite, ilmenite, bauxite, and aluminium. And then that would be redstone, ruby, and cinnabar. And all that needs to get pushed out into here. Oh, we are missing a few bits though. Because we're also missing the Naquita ones. So, Shoulder Knight, Naquita, and Caymanite. Those also need to be in here. Okay, cool. Yeah, but you get a lot more out of it, though, than you put in, at least, Asanan, so... Let's just start that going again. Anyway, how are we doing for, like, the geranium? We've got 34 buckets of geranium. Not a huge amount, but it'll do. Everything else, I think, is doing all right. We do want to potentially speed these up, though. At the minute, these are on IV. We need to have everything on the same tier, except for the set thermal centrifuge that needs to be on one tier higher. So if I switch out all of these for LUV, and then just have that on ZPM, that should be good. So we just need, what, 1, 2, 3, 4? Well, 3 LUV hatches, 1 ZPM. Or we could just use the 4 amp LUV, I guess. That would also work. We do still need the 3 of those, though. What are you processing at the minute? Oh, you're going through the monazite and neodymium. It is doing like 16 in like 3 seconds at the moment, which isn't too bad. Why not give it? Because we still... Because it doesn't need it, basically. That's the main reason. Like, most of the time, it's kind of sat here doing nothing, and we don't need it to be insanely quick. Because all we're doing by adding, like, putting more power into it, yes, it's processing faster. It's processing twice as fast, but it's using 4 times the power each power tier we go above it. So there's no point in... All you're doing by speeding things up past the point they need to be is just wasting power. That's literally all you're doing by doing that. Like, if it gets to a point where it needs to be faster, then yes, absolutely, we will speed it up again, but there's just no point, like, until that point, there's no point in doing it. You actually got too many microminer missions. In that case, like I say, like, if you need it, then you need it. It's as simple as that. Like, if you need it, you need it. But at this point, I would rather make sure I use all that power for the processing things that are taking longer at the moment. So putting it in things like the multi-block assembler, the multi-block circuit assembler, the multi-block cutter. It's much better suited to be in there. And I think this is probably also the reason why I end up with far less power gen than most people. Because I am very sparing with when I actually upgrade things. Like, I don't just unnecessarily upgrade them. Right, while we're... Just to see how quick this is going to go. .25 seconds for 16. That's not awful. When can we get to the next parallel hatch? I'm guessing it's going to be a while. But we don't actually need to process that at the moment anyway. I don't think we do anyway. How much are we doing for plutonium? We still got 12,000. Yeah, that'll do. Anyway, right. That is that bit sorted out. That's should be getting us neodymium in. Hopefully fast enough. I might actually, one thing I might need to do is upgrade the EBF doing the neodymium. Although I think we're fine for the most part. How long is it actually taking at the moment? Per ingots? 11 points. Oh, that's actually not that bad at all. That'll be fine. Why do I have crushed ore stored? Because I don't need most of it. Like I say, I process stuff when I need it. And if we put the large miner down, for example, to get, say, plutonium ore, and we get some other junk alongside it, I'm not just going to process it for the sake of processing it, because, again, waste of power. For something we're not going to need or use. If we start to need it, then we process it. That's the way I tend to do things. And it works, for me at least. Anyway, right, circuits. We're basically going to be redoing all of our circuit crafting and passive circuit crafting. I was originally going to do it down underneath here, I think. No, it wasn't underneath here. It was over here, where the rest of where the current circuit craft, like passive circuit crafting stuff is. But there's not really a lot of space here. So since this is no longer being used for assembly lines, we've got all this space over here for stuff. Oh, it's not even that quiet. I am somebody, I do things when I need to do them. And I don't expend the kind of energy unnecessarily, both in-game and in real life. Like, if I don't need to do something, then I won't, and I'm not necessarily going to enjoy doing it or get any benefit from it. I just won't bother. I'd rather spend my time doing things that are useful than things that aren't. Anyway. Right, so basically, the way we're going to do this is we're going to set... Well, no, we ran out of power when we were setting up the first 6 Naquita reactors. We were using a... Well, yeah, why would you use enriched bolts, though? No, we didn't. We were starting to run out of power as we were getting the last things crafted for the first 6 of them. And then ever since we got the first 6 of them, there's obviously been no issues since then. Right, anyway. The way we're going to do these is... we're going to have some stuff that is going to be temporary in here. We're still going to passively craft stuff, but there's going to be some stuff that's temporary. The only things that are going to be left there permanently are going to be the ones that are basically like the final tier ones that we need. Anything else, so like up to, I think we can do up to EV where we can get the system on chips. So we can do with the LV... the MV ones are easy enough. All the way up to EV, we can get the final tier ones with system on chips. Which gives us the quantum processors. Once we get to IV, though, we need to do the crystal processors. We can technically do these now. We just need to do a little bit of the kind of maths and messing around to make sure we can actually make the crystal CPUs at a reasonable rate, but we should be able to do these. We technically haven't even started on these yet, but that's part of what we're going to be doing today. No, you're right, the bolts don't get used up when the reactor can't store the power. That is true. But then again, I just turn mine off when it's not needed. That's the way I've done my power from the very start. I turn it off when it's not needed. Because again, why have it running when you don't need to? It just doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, right, let's get the actual recipes that we're going to be crafting here. Then we'll start figuring out exactly how we're going to do this. Do I want to do it with soldering alloy, or do I want to do it with just tin? Tin's arguably easier. We've only got like 6,000 antimony at the moment. Now we'll just do it with tin. Tin's free anyway, so it's fine. Right, anyway, so that recipe, and then we're going to need to set stuff up for that recipe. Most of this stuff is like there's plenty of things here. We're obviously going to what we're going to do. We're probably going to set this all up on a sub network, and then get like the circuit boards passively crafting, like the bolts and the wires all passively crafting, and the actual chips passively crafting, or the chips. Given that the chips need clean rooms, I think what we'll do, we'll have to do those in the multi-block, have another multi-block set up for those. And then just figure out how we're going to limit how much of each we're going to get from them. Should be easy enough to do. Anyway, that's the MV ones. HV. That recipe. EV. And that recipe. There we go. Right. Those are the ones that we've got that we can get the final tier of these. Kind of, we can't upgrade from those. And the IV ones we can probably do, but we will need to do a little bit of work to get to that. Well, we haven't got yttrium, barium, cuprate passive yet, or niobium, titanium, at least not the ingots. So those are easy enough to do, and we've got to obviously going to have to do the multi-layered fiber reinforced printed circuit boards as well. Now for the once we get to LUV, the things get a little trickier. We're gonna have to passively craft. Also, do I want to do these so we automatically craft them into the universal circuits? Maybe we'll figure that out in a minute. But these ones we should, if we can do the crystal processors. If we're doing those, we can do these ones. Actually, we'll worry about the LUV ones once we got all this lot set up. First things first, what are we actually going to need? So we're going to need, for each of these, at least the first... Why are you showing me that recipe? That was not the recipe I wanted. Hold up. That... Nope. That was the recipe I wanted. Yeah, exactly. It's more that I just have to... I like to plan everything out in advance and get it all figured out in advance. There's less things crop up. Yeah, all of these first 4 tiers of circuits, they just take like bolts, fine wires, and the printed circuit boards. That's all stuff that's easy enough to do. And the same with the quantum processors as well. So if we just set up... Obviously, a wire mill for the platinum wire, and for all the fine wires, and a extruder for each of the bolts, and then we'll just have those running into a storage drawer with storage downgrade on them, just so we only store a stack at a time, because we shouldn't need any more than that. Let's get those bits figured out first. We also need to think about like where we're actually going to put everything. I think like any of the permanent stuff, I'd like to go down like the center, like these center 3 chunks, and anything that we've got that's going to be temporary, we'll put along the sides over there. So I think for now, I think I'd like to put the circuit assembler in here. Like, just have the circuit assembler here. Possibly two of them. But we just one of them to start with. And we'll have that in the end there. Then everything else will craft down here. So what else are we going to need multi-block wise? I wonder if it's worth doing the... No, it's not worth doing a multi-block extruder for this. It's not going to be worth it. What about all the circuit boards? What are we going to actually need for all of these? These are the other bits that's going to take a little bit more than a single machine to craft. Not much more, but a little bit. Hang on, I didn't grab the other one. Oh, wait, no, I did. They both use plastic printed circuit boards, don't they? And then the epoxy circuit boards, then the fiber reinforced circuit boards, and then eventually the multi-layer fiber reinforced printed circuit boards. So these, I think this stage is done in chemical reactor. Both stages. So if we have two chemical reactors, these, I think, are going to be worth doing in the large chemical reactors, just because the large chemical reactors perfectly overclock, so there's no reason not to use them. And then we're also going to need to do... Oh yeah, we can do them with the lower tier. We don't need the bloody polyethyl cyanacrylate sheets, whatever the fuck they are. But yeah, we can make these... How do we make this stuff? Hold on. Because that is not bad. Dimethyl sulfoxide, ethyl cyanacrylate, and distilled water. Ethyl cyanacrylate is uncracked to ethyl cyanacrylate. Okay, so this is stuff we're probably going to be doing later. Formaldehyde and ethyl ethyl cyanacrylate acetate. Cyanoacetate. Yeah, that's a long processing chain of things that we can't do yet. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked again. But basically, these will go in two chemical reactors. One doing the actual the circuit boards themselves, which they should all be done in the same way. We've already got things like epoxy sheets being made, I think. We might need to redo the epoxy stuff. And then the reinforced epoxy sheets. Actually, we might need to relook at our epoxy setup because we haven't looked at that in ages. But yeah, all of this is basically just two LCRs. And then what we'll do is... here's a thought. It might be an idea to have all of the components just all in one place. Just have a wall of... This is the one time I will probably have a... I'm trying to plan this all out beforehand. You don't really need to know the names as such. So long as you know what it is you need to make, the name of it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to think how I want to lay everything out here. Because I do think it's worth having individual, like, single block machines for, like, the bolts, the fine wires, and the foils. And then having those just stored in something next to it. But if we're doing the circuit boards in LCRs, we can't have them going directly into the storage drawers. So I think with the circuit boards, what is probably going to be a better idea to do is use requesters for these. And then just request like having 64 in stock. That way it'll never try and put too much of one recipe in there. We're going to obviously have to have... these are all going to have their own crafting CPUs, which is fine. You debating if you want to start Money or not? Say you've been stuck through long GTNH and kind of want to try a more modern techie pack. If you're enjoying GTNH, there's a pack called Cosmic Frontiers. It's still in development at the moment, but it does seem somewhat along the vein of GTNH, and it is in. I think it's 120. I think it's 120. It's in. Hang on, let me double check. Yeah, 120.1. That might be worth checking out. Or obviously, Money is also a good option as well. Right, let's get the LCRs figured out. Because remember, we've also got to remember that we want this place to look nice as well. We want to actually decorate this place. I'm trying to think if there's any other Greg. I don't think there's any other modern Greg Tech packs that have really kind of stood out to me. There's like Terra Firma Greg Modern. If you're a glutton for punishment and like Terra Firma Craft. Or Star Technology as well is also another good one. Star Technology is 120.1 as well, I believe. Yeah, 120.1. Right. I think what I might do as well, actually, because this is going to be a walkway along here, what I think I might do is kind of set up a wall of monitors on here to monitor, like, everything that we're making in here. I think that might actually be kind of useful. Oh, we need another one of those. We're probably going to need a few more of the PTFE casings as well. Right. Also, we've got to remember this is going to be going on a sub network as well, so we need to figure out how we're going to handle all of that. Shouldn't be any problems with it though. Gold ores are a bit expensive. Half stack for 2 money quarters. You need a vein. Hey, you can't you just use the oh, what was it? It's the Guardian data model, right? It gives gold. Or do you need the actual gold ore specifically? Right, so copper nickel coil. Right, so let's set these LCRs up at the front here. If we give ourselves a couple of... We've got this area here. Like, we can space these out quite far as well, which is good. But how do we want to do this? Not like that, that's for certain. Where do we want to actually put the LCRs? The actual controls, I kind of want to have them either end like that. I've not checked Money Mondays recently. How have they said how long it's going to be before the new update comes? I don't know. That feels right. Let's plan out what else. Let's just try and figure out what else we want to put in here, just so we know how much space we have and where things can go. So the other things we know we need, we're going to need basically a tower of extruders for the bolts. That's not going to take up much space. Same with the defined wires. We are going for the system on the chips. We are going to need both a laser engraver and a both a laser engraver and a cutter. So how much space are we going to need for those? To be fair, we could probably just take the laser engraver and cut it. Well, the laser engraver at least from downstairs, but yeah, there's been a long while where there wasn't a lot of packs around. And then now there's kind of you're almost spoiled for choice. When the devs finish their run and fix any submitted issues. See, that I like. Oh, wait, no, I've just realized I did look at I had a brief look at the Money Mondays for the last month, for Monday. And I'm very happy with one of the things they've added. I'm assuming they don't watch the stream and didn't decide to do this because of me. I'm assuming that isn't the case, but they've set up another way of changing pack modes from within the pack itself, no longer needing a batch file, which I am incredibly happy about because that was something I did not like. Anyway, right. The large engraver is what's 5x5, and the cutting saw is 4. Why couldn't you have made this like 3 blocks wide or 4 or 5 blocks wide? Why 4? Assholes. All right, so that's what 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7x4. So a 5x5 and a 7x4. Because we may as well get all this figured out before we start making anything. So that would be that does, if I leave that there. Okay, we might have to do this slightly differently then. And have these facing the front instead, and then move this a little further back because I want to try and get the laser engraver and the cutter in the same chunk. With a little bit of space to spare. So we have it like that. So we can basically just cover over this entire middle section here. And then we'll have the... This doesn't leave us a lot of space for other stuff, though, does it? The other thing we need is the large circuit assembler, which is also awkwardly shaped. That's what, 5, 6, 7 by 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that would be, we put the circuit assembler in there. Why does that not feel centered? Because it's not. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Ah, okay. We have got slightly less space in here because of these bits, haven't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That will be the center. So we have the circuit assembler in there doing the final circuits, although I will probably move that forwards by a block. I think you play Family, Money, and Hard Mode when 0.13 drops, if there aren't any other better games. Yeah, it's kind of where my mind's at the moment. When they get to... When 0.13 drops, I will probably play that in... do another hard mode run at some point. Probably won't be straight away. I think we can probably just put the towers for the various components in here with storage buses next to them, or either with storage buses next to them or with drawers next to them. Do I want a little bit more space than that, though? Because that's kind of awkward. I guess we could do them in the center. We've got a little bit more space here. Because I think there's only going to be like three types of machine that we're going to have, that we're going to need. Foil, we're going to need the foils. This might be different than later circuits, actually. I've not even thought to look at that. What's the issue with quality control? Like, what have you noticed that's not really been up to standard? Yeah, these again just use foils, it seems, and there are some other bits that are made in circuit assemblers, like the matter circuit boards. So we might need to double up the circuit assembler at that point. But that's fine. So I kind of want to future-proof this as well, so we have everything that we're going to need to do. So yeah, we are going to need a circuit assembler another circuit assembler later on for things like the dimensional circuit boards. But that's something we can add on as we need to. Let's just look at the UIV ones. And then we start needing assembly lines later on. These ones we probably won't end up passiving, though, I'm guessing. Or if we do, we'll figure it out when we get to that point. We could always add another layer on top of here and do some assembly lines across here if we need them. Although I don't know if we're going to have enough space. What about the max? What about the... Oh, my lord. Well, that ain't going to fit in a chunk. But that's something we'll worry about later. But I think that should be fine. And then we have the other machines here. Then any other, like, temporary things we need to make. So for the IV ones, if we don't start doing the actual crystal SOCs to start with, we need places to make the SMD components. I wonder if it's worth making the SMD, all the SMD components anyway. Like, are the SMD components used anywhere but circuits? Oh, in a couple of places. It might actually be worth then having something set up for making the all the SMD components, like all the various SMD components, and then have those set up along the sides here as well. And then I think at that point, since this is going to be on a subnetwork, we'll make the SMD components available to the rest of the main system as well. That's okay. That's fine. Like having them on passive is fine. Most of ours have been passived anyway, or the ones that we've needed. At least for the passive circuits. But the rest of them, they don't take long to craft anyway, so we haven't needed them. Like, you don't need to passive everything as soon as it comes up. Although, again, it depends how you've got your system set up. Like, for me, it's not really necessary to passive them. Because, 4 seconds for 16 at IV? 1 second for 16 at ZPM? Don't necessarily need it. Anyway, right. Let's get on with sorting this out. We are going to need a large cutting saw, and we are going to need a large engraving laser. And then we're also going to need slicing blades. Right. What else do we need? That is a good question. Tempered glass is easy enough. How much do we need? That's 6 for that, and 8 for that. These... How do I think we're just going to have this... we'll probably do the cutting saw as a ZPM. But the laser engraver probably just need on LUV. Do we have an LUV energy hatch? We do not. I'm guessing we don't. We won't. Well, we definitely won't have a ZPM one. Oh, I was going to check when we get to the next parallel hatches, wasn't I? UV circuits, not too far off then. But for right now, we're just going to have to use the master ones. Which we're going to need 3 of. Am I going to have any use for these? Wait, can I not... Wait a minute, can I not even melt down my parallel hatches? I can't even melt down my old parallel hatches. What the fuck? That's harsh. Anyway, right. Laser safe engraving casings. Wait, how many do we need? Hold on. 60. We probably won't need 60 of them, because we're going to have a shitload of input hatches or input buses on them. What else do we need? For that, we need the 8 assembly line gratings. Anything else on there that we're missing? Obviously, input buses and hatches, maintenance hatches as well. I think we need cleaning maintenance hatches on all 3 of the multi-blocks we're making. Okay. While they're doing their thing, let's see what else we need to make here. Also, before we actually do anything, let's set up the subnetwork. I need to put a roof on here as well. I think the ceiling's going to go at this height. So we actually have a little bit less space on these upper floors. I think we're only going to have like 3 blocks of space, but that is more than enough. We can get rid of this now. Since initially that was... I can get rid of all of this. Initially that was just for where we had the assembly lines and the data center. Or data bank, rather. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm not going to be able to get through there, am I? Okay, so... I do want to have a wall in here of monitors to monitor the levels of everything within this subnetwork. I think we may as well also... I think I'd like to, if I can do it where we've just got like a little bit of space there, and then we can kind of see into here as well. with glass behind it. That'll be quite nice. Just from an aesthetic standpoint. I'm going to assume, yeah, I might need to move this a little bit. In fact, what we can probably do is move this over here. We don't want this coming across here. If we go over here... Actually, no, we want to bring it to there, don't we? So that, we should now be able to remove this. Up to there. And then we've got all this space now for setting up the subnetwork. So, what are we going to need in here? I think I am going to store everything in actual drives rather than in storage buses, rather than in storage drawers, though. I think that's going to be a better way to do it. And I think we're going to do this. No, we're not going to do it on magenta, are we? No, fuck that. Red. And we need to get a terminal in here that we can... So we can view everything. And then we're also going to need somewhere where we can put storage drives. That's not going to be kind of in the way and obnoxious. Because I'd like a lot of this to be glass. So where can we put those? Do we even need them to be visible? I don't even know that we need them to be visible, honestly. Put them in the floor, maybe. Oh, we haven't got any Certus blocks. Because we haven't got it in a storage drawer anymore. Wait, it is... Which Certus quartz block is it? I'm assuming that, but that doesn't look the same. No, it's the Applied Energistics Certus quartz block. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Which we can't get now. Okay. Let's find whatever the hell it is in that recipe that's using it. What is using it? Oh, it'll be the ME chest, won't it? No. What the hell is using the Certus quartz block? Um, I am confused. Oh, for making the Certus quartz plates, isn't it? We were cutting those down. Okay, right. Let's find the recipe for those then. Right, I'm searching in the wrong place. So we do have a recipe for Certus Quartz there. It's just this one, I'm guessing, is using the wrong Certus Quartz block. Yes. Wait, it's the cutter we need, isn't it? Right, let's try that again. Perfect. All right. I actually really like these as kind of a... If these were, like, the entire thing had this color or this color, I think these would be really nice as a flooring block. So they've got the thing that I love, like, being able to see different colors and different things as you move over them. It's like, as you walk over them, you can see the purple at the bottom. It just looks really nice. Okay, right, so that is where that's going to get set up. Now, I'm going to need to have this so we can have a couple of interfaces attached to here. Because there are going to be some things that we want to only be visible to the main, to be visible to the main network, and some things to only be visible within this network. So we're going to need a couple of interfaces to do that. If we do that... And then we can attach the main network onto those as needed, and storage buses on probably in the centers of these where needed. That'll give us enough space for everything we need to do. Right now... we actually need to have a storage bus on there first. Oh, shit. I've just remembered something. We are going to have the main network coming through here as well as the sub-network. Ew. I could also do with moving this over here out of the way. I've just got to find what it's linked to. I wish there was a way you could kind of like highlight the linked connector. That would be really nice. But basically we don't want that in the way over here because we don't need this for anything over here. Now let me see. Nope, too far. Oh, I haven't got the power thing anymore, have I? It's not... because we're not doing power in the little main bit, the center bit now. What am I looking for? These. Oh, shit. I'm assuming it must be that. We can see where it's linked to. I'm assuming that is the one. Let me just double check. What was that? Somebody remember these coordinates? -648, 101, -2963. Let me screenshot that. Was it -648, 101, -2963? Nope, wrong side. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, so if we just take that, these things are going to lose power for now. We'll just put it there for the time being. And then link that, and then link that to that. That should solve the power issues. Well, it should get the power over there, and it will clear some space up over here. And then we can run this along the sides or wherever it needs to go. Because we still need to send power through the main network. Which we can't do via the sub-network, I don't think. Fairly sure. Can I make a terminal? There we go, right. It's not going to have any power yet, but that's okay. Right, let's get these set up. We need the laser engraver first. That can go in there. Hey, Panda. How you doing? One, two, three, four, five. And then... that should be good. How are you doing, Panda? Been looking for the most part because of school? That's fine. School is more important. Okay. Obviously, we need to put the top on this as well, and get the hatches and whatnot. Right, so power is going to go in here. And we're going to do this on LUV. This is not the bit that's going to take the time. And I guess we do all of Quiet flexing her with all her channel points. How many have you got left after that, Quiet? 800,000. Still a couple then. Right. What do we need to think about? How many things need to go through here at the moment? So one. So we need system on chips. That's used for LV and MV, and then we need the advanced system on chips for, I'm guessing, HV and EV. Yeah, HV and EV use the advanced system on chips. IV, I've just realized, am I going to need to... Okay, so we are going to have to put a ZPM hatch on here then.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, enjoy the lurk, Panda. Your brain is a buffer sign. Had to do an introduction video for your art class, so your anxiety is going through the roof. Other than that, you're good. Yeah, I can understand that. Okay, so we are going to have to do these on ZPM. You know what? It's probably going to be worth doing all of these on ZPM. I wasn't going to, but since we kind of need it for this, for the system on for the crystal ones, we probably should. All right, the cutting saw. We'll go there. Is that right? That feels wrong. Oh, no, it's right. I don't know, it just feels weird with it being 4 blocks wide. Alright, and slicing blades. Alright, we're on that. That's fine. We need to replace some of this stuff with hatches anyway. Okay. Obviously this isn't done yet either. I've been trying. I need to work out exactly how many hatches we're going to need. It doesn't look like we're going to need many though. So for these, we're going to need yellow lenses for the SOCs. For the ASOCs, we are going to need purple lenses. What about for the crystal SOCs? Lime lenses. Oh, we are going to need an EBF in here as well. Shit, I didn't notice that. We're going to need an EBF in here to do the engraved crystal chips. All right, so we need to find a 3x3 space somewhere as well. I think what I might actually do then is move this over to this side a little bit and then do the EBF in there. What else am I going to need to worry about later on? Then, am I, like, what do I need to account for in terms of things like another circuit assembler? We knew that. The dimensional circuit board needs another circuit assembler. Ultimate materials. So we are going to need assembly lines somewhere as well. So we're probably either going to have to move some stuff later or just reorganize. I think for now, I'm almost tempted to move these over this way a little bit. Although I guess we can fit... I guess we can fit like an EBF in here. I don't know if I like that though. Or we can fit the EBF in here. And again, I'm not a huge fan of that because it's not going to be symmetrical. I have to write a 100, 200 word paragraph about you for English. Send help. You'll be fine. Just try not to overthink it. And you'll be fine. I'm trying to leave, like, plenty of space here so that we can, I'm trying to leave plenty of space so that we can decorate. But I think I'm going to have to move this over. And then we're going to have this a little further in here. So, like, start it there instead. And then we've got space behind here for anything that needs to go in here as well. Means a little bit less space, but... I think it'll be fine. Right, I'm going to have to move this as well. Try not to stress about it, Panda. I guess we probably want to put this flush with that as well. 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't leave us a lot of space here, though. Like, I feel like I would have liked this to have been 1 block further back. Could we do that? Yeah, we've got plenty of space. Let's do this 1 block further back. Just so we got a little bit of extra space there. There's times like this where planning ahead... Oh shit, I made a 16 amp ZPM 60. I made 2 ZPM 16 amp energy hatches. I wish these were a little easier to differentiate between just at a glance, or it would put them in order. Because I definitely did not need 2 16 amp ZPM hatches. At least not yet. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like if we're doing that as well, we can give ourselves a bit more space in between these. We still have a block. Ah, I was hoping we'd still have a block of space there. We can make that work. We've made 2 block wide spaces work before. Awkwardly, but we've made them work. Yeah, that will be fine. I mean, the 16 amp and the 4 amp ones, when you look at them like that, when you can't see half of the item because it says got craft written over it, it's kind of difficult to see. I don't have the largest monitor either, so that also adds to the difficulty. Hey, Guitar Lillian. But either way, they'll either get used or they'll, if we can, which I'm guessing we should be able to. No, we can't even melt these down either. Why have they made it so you can't melt them down? Or can we melt them down? It just doesn't show the recipe. Hold on. That's fucking annoying. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. That's actually really annoying. Like, why do that? Why have it so you can't, so you can melt some, like the cheap stuff down, you can melt to get resources back, but not the expensive stuff. What the fuck? Oh well, like I say, we will probably end up using them at some point anyway. So I'm not too bothered. Right. So we know that is going to be the energy hatch. Not the 16 amp one though, because we don't need that. Again, at least not at the moment. So the energy hatch goes there. Oh, hang on, we've got the maintenance hatches there. I'm hoping I can put the maintenance hatch on the top of that. Oh, although I don't think I will, because we've still got to get the parallel hatches on. And it'll probably look a little nicer having it laid out like that. We'll say parallel hatch on the left and maintenance hatch on the right. And I'll do the same with these. The maintenance hatch on the right. Parallel hatch there. I was going to an archaeological dig that was to have a tour after Elfie stream. It was to take 20 minutes to drive there, and you're left with an hour to go. Due to a roadwork, you were not even close to finding a way to get there when it started. Oh no. That sucks. You have now made some just because chocolate pudding was in the fridge to get stuff. Fair enough. Hey, Twilight. How you doing? Right. Cutting saw. We are going to need a input hatch. Or a stocking hatch will do. For that. And that can stock the lube. And then we need... What else do we need? We said we needed 3 input buses for this, didn't we? Just LVs will be fine. Alright, what have I missed from this? Oh, wait, there's something in the middle of it, isn't there? What have I missed from the middle of it? Tungsten steel pipe casing. That's better. Good. Kind of freaked out. CurseForge picture mod pack to be featured instead of the top of the list. Hey, GG Twilight. Congrats, man. That's awesome news. I do still intend to look at to actually try that out at some point, Twilight. I promise I will at some point. I'm just very bad at actually doing stuff. It's getting 2,000 downloads just this morning. Damn. Congrats, man. You're the kind of the second person in the last few weeks that we know that's had a pack featured on CurseForge for the first time. And just to put that in perspective as well, you might have seen this in this might have been mentioned in Jester's chat as well. None of the Project Ozone packs have ever been featured on CurseForge. Believe it or not. We found that out the other day as well. We did make enough. I thought we'd made enough. Uh-huh. All right. So that is that. Wonder how you got picked. I mean, were you starting to get a few more downloads before it got picked? Now, could it be that it was starting to get a little bit of, was it getting a little bit more traction, and then they thought, oh, this seems like a cool pack. Let's feature this. $200 max. Wasn't a lot. I definitely sounds like it's going to be now, though. So, GG, man. Do I want to move these? And do I want to wall share them? Or not? Because look, like I'm trying to think how I would actually organize, like, work this aesthetically.
Oh, I see.
I genuinely
Run
don't
away,
know.
You yellow
I
bastard!
think. Larvy, enjoy the lurk, man. I appreciate it. I guess we could do it like this. And actually, that works out quite nicely. The only downside... Oh, no, actually, that works out perfectly. We've got the 2 block space in between there, 2 block space in between there, 1 block between the pillar there, and 1 block between the pillar there. That actually works out really nicely. And then anything else, we've got space behind here to put stuff where it needs to go. Ooh. Nice. Okay, right, so... That's those all set up. This, we're going to need... Honestly, I guess, given that we're doing ZPM hatches for these, make sure we make the right fricking ones this time. Paragraph 1. See, that wasn't so hard. If you've done 1 paragraph out of 2 already, then... You got this. Okay, so that will take care of all of those. Good thing is we do have a shitload of sodium persulfate as well. 120,000 buckets of it, and we are getting considerably more in as we need it. So that's good. This is actually going to be nice and easy to decorate as well, I think. Which is fantastic. And then we're going to need an EBF. We've got space for that behind here. Anywhere that needs to go. Things are looking good. And then these... Right. Let's start looking at how many things we need. So we need tin bolts, annealed copper bolts, platinum bolts. Platinum I'm actually going to have to passive the ingots of. Because right now we've just got platinum dust. So I'm actually going to have to set up a smelter of some kind to smelt the platinum dust into platinum. Anyway, so niobium, titanium, and yttrium, barium, cuprate. So we're going to need, what, 5 for now? 5 extruders. Which we are going to do as IV, I think. Yeah, the shade, it does, the lighting is really nice with the complementary shaders. I have to admit. Oh, do I need cleaning maintenance hatches for these? Yes. I don't know if I need them for both of them, but we may as well make them for both. Right, I think I'm going to... No, that'll be fine. I was going to say, I think I'm going to put a little bit of extra space in between these, but I don't think we need to. Wait. Oh, the extra one, the extra ZPM energy hatch. I was wondering why I had an extra one. It's for the circuit assembler when we make that. All right, no worries, Twilight. We should be live for a little bit, yet. Not sure how long exactly, but a little bit. Oh, let me set those to 16 as well. Okay, so what are we going to need in the way of hatches, etc. for these? Let's get rid of all that lot. And move these over to the end here. Right, so for the plastic printed circuit boards, both steps of this are going to use sodium persulfate, right? So we can just use a stocking hatch with sodium persulfate in it for the two of them. Feel like sitting too long is going to mess up your back. At least you managed to get up off the floor, though. That's a good sign, right? And then we're just going to need... None of these are ever going to output a fluid as well, are they? It's just going to be... items. So it's use an output bus shared between the two of them. And then we just want input buses. And that should be everything we need for these. Okay. That should be good. What else do we need to do with this lot? Nothing, I don't think. We are going to need, I'm assuming 5 wire mills. So copper, red alloy, electrum, platinum, and niobium titanium for the time being, at least. That's all we're going to need. And do these as IV as well. The hell was that? Hold, please. Oh, shit. Guitar, thank you so much. And actually, that helped me to test something else out as well, so thank you. Oh. Okay, that's gone a little... Certain things have worked, some things haven't. But thank you, Guitar, that is incredibly keyboard. So I was saying that was incredibly kind, and then I was reading the tip message for the keyboard fund, and it came out as that was incredibly keyboard. Oh yes, thank you, Guitar, and that was incredibly keyboard of you. You gotta love it when that happens. I do want to know what happened with my actual input into the database, though, because that's gone a little weird. Bear with me. Yeah, it's not read the variables properly for some reason. Why have you not read the variables properly? I don't know. We'll figure that out later. Anyway, right. 5 elite wire mills. 5 of those. And what else did we need? What were the other things we needed here? Oh, the foils, wasn't it? We don't need quite so many foils. We just need copper, electrum, annealed copper, and platinum. Now, the next question is, do we put the foils in the center instead of the thing? Because there's only 4 of them. I think we do. Oh. Which one took you to the blank page? Is that something that might be something I need to look at. Akira, how you doing? The Stream Elements one. I need to actually get rid of the Stream Elements one. Stream Elements has been very janky lately. The service keeps disconnecting through the bot. And not, sometimes reconnecting, sometimes not. It's been a little bit weird. Very well again, you survived the purge at work, so you still have your job. That is good to hear. I know what those times are like. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky with my period of those. And I got made redundant 10 years ago. Over 10 years ago now. But yeah, that's awesome news, Akira. I am happy to hear that. All right, so that is all of that lot sorted. So I think what we're going to have to do is... I'm using so many interfaces. I need to get these bloody crafting. So if we have interfaces on one side of each of them, and then we're also going to need emitters. Do I want to do it with level emitters, just regular emitters, or threshold emitters? I guess it doesn't really matter too much. But then we'll have emitters going into these to shut these off when we have enough of whatever it is we're going to they are crafting. Oh, I ran out of red dye. Please tell me I actually have stuff for red dye. I've got poppies. Actually, do we still have a bunch of poppies back at the old base from when we had an iron farm? Hold on, I'm curious. Yeah, well, we got 3.6 thousand of them. So if we need red dye, we're fine. Okay. So let's go and start doing a little bit of wiring. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Now, again, this is actually going to be somewhat awkward because we do need to get the main ME network over here as well. So we can actually feed these things some power. Sounds like you're actually worried about your back. What is it that's worrying you, Quiet? Like, is it kind of taking the financial hit and going to the doctors worthy? Okay. Okay, so that will take care of those. Well, we've still got to do the extruder molds, but that shouldn't be too bad. The only annoying thing is finding the right steel plate. It really is taking a while to get used to this bloody keyboard. We could do this, like, we could duplicate these in a forming press, but... it's just quicker to do this. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Bill pays daily now, and that's thing you don't know because you don't feel like it's a huge deal. If it's your back, if it's your back and you're worried about it, it could be a huge deal. Quiet, like if your back goes, that's not a good thing. So if you're, I would say if you're able to afford it and you can go and see a doctor about it, I would. It's better than risking it. So I would say it's definitely worth it. Okay. Now we gotta figure a few other things out. Like how we're gonna separate the main network and the sub network here. Because all the power's coming from the main network. Two, three, four, 5. So yeah, all the power's coming from the main network. But then we need to transfer items and stuff around using subnetwork. Assume if we point all of these down, we never have to have the main network coming up through the floor at any point. Must admit, I was like, what? When you said if you can afford it, and then you remember that you live in a country where we have free healthcare. And not everyone's that lucky. No, unfortunately not. I mean, in fairness though, free, as much as I wouldn't change free healthcare, like free healthcare isn't always better. I can say that with a high degree of certainty. Okay, we are still gonna have to bring the main network up here. God damn it. That's fine, because we still need to connect that up as well. Although, I guess we don't have to, do we? We could move this and put this over here. That way we can still keep them separate. Alright, so that'll go up to there, and then we need to bring those over there. Right, now, the fun bit of trying to move all of the cabling around without it looking like the Windows screensaver from the, what is it, like mid-90s? Yeah, the healthcare in Norway should be really good. Alright. We bring this along here. Oh my lord, come on, Chach. What are you doing? What is wrong with me today? Seriously. So that's where all the item inputs are going to need to go, and then they're going to need to carry on down that way. So if we bring the bring these into here, and then we just bring a line along here. Everything should be pretty much along that line, power-wise. I'm just going to hook that up to there. And that should be fine. And everything is still separate. Perfect. The one thing I haven't really factored into any of this yet, and this is going to be the tricky bit, is we are going to need to put crafting CPUs on here. Because I don't want the crafting, any of my main crafting CPUs to get taken up by ones from this subnetwork, which is the reason we're putting on a subnetwork, we're going to have the dedicated crafting CPUs for it. Just be careful, Quiet. That's all I ask. Just be careful. So yeah, what I'm kind of thinking is... we kind of have similar thing to what we've got in the other area. So we have that, and then we kind of angle it in slightly, and then on there, and then up. How do I want to do that? And then come back out again to here, and then we have the crafting CPUs just kind of like inset into the walls. Or into the top bit there. Or we'll do something like that. And then we could put crafting CPUs, like kind of 3 blocks of a crafting CPU sitting out the front of there. If only I could dedicate crafting CPUs to specific tasks. That would be nice. But that's kind of what I have in mind there. And then we bring these up from here, and that's kind of what I have in mind. Just so we've got, like, we can have, like, a visual representation with the crafting monitors and what have you above here. I think that'll look quite nice. Okay. That all is, I think, going to work. I hope. I miss inertia cancellation. Right, and these are all ZPM hatches, right? That two. Yeah, they're all ZPM hatches. So, shouldn't be any explosions. At least not from those. Right, so everything now has power. Okay. That is a good start. Well, not everything has power. These don't have power yet. We've got to sort these out first. Right, these are all IV. Okay. So those should now all have power. Beautiful. Okay, so let's start this. Let's start figuring this out then. So first of all, we need to make tin. We need to make kind of find what we need to make visible on here. We might need. We probably will need some expansion cards or capacity cards rather. But let's start with the bolts first. We know we need to make tin. Tin ingots. Annealed copper ingots. Platinum ingots. Which we're actually going to have to go and sort out the platinum ingots before we do anything else. And then niobium titanium ingots. Again, another thing we're going to have to get sorted out. And then eventually yttrium barium cuprate. Which we're also going to have to sort out. So we have a few things to sort out. Platinum. I'm assuming we can just smelt the platinum dust in order to make platinum. Yes. Okay. So I guess what we want to do is... Do we want to do this with a furnace, or do we just want to use... an electric... Like, do we want to just use like a... one of the iron furnaces, or do we want to use an electric furnace? I kind of want to do an electric furnace. Just because it's going to look a lot more... I think we can probably do that as a EV one as well. I don't think we need to worry too much about that being kind of too much faster than that. And we'll go and set this up in the passive area. A few other things we're going to have to do down there as well. Right, I guess we can put this probably above this will work. Welcome back, Quiet. Did your back manage to survive? I'm guessing so, since you're here typing and not kind of writhing in agony anywhere. Hey, Life, how you doing? These definitely need to be smaller. Hold on. Have I got any panels? I do. I wanted something with a little bit less kind of coverage on them, on there. Same between here. Alright. Surviving, not 100% though. Well, like I say, just make sure you're being careful. Alright, so that goes on there. We need another interface. We're going to need a couple of emitters. One there, one there. Because I'm pretty sure we need to keep some of the platinum dust. Right, so this will be 4 platinum ingots. Do I have... I do have storage for platinum ingots, don't I? I'm pretty sure I do. Nope. Yes, we've got an entire 78 platinum ingots right now. How much platinum dust do I have? Oh, 31,000. Okay, so we can set that a little bit higher. They're like 16,000. Good, just finished making your compact file for MACs and mechanical insulator. Made it work okay, still need some tweaking. I'm really intrigued by that mod. Because I've never seen that in anything else. So I'm kind of very, very curious about it. Alright, we need a robot arm and a filter again as well. Right, and we need... Keep exactly, we'll say 4 platinum. Powder, you can crap. Okay, and then we just need to do this. How do you make sure you have more homes? I don't think there's a command. I don't know of a command to do it. There probably is one. Hang on, there'll probably be... Maybe there's not. I'd assume it would be... It's FTB Essentials that deals with it, right? Hold on, bear with me. Bear with me, hold on. Where is... Oh, well, there we go. Let's have a look. I don't think FTB Essentials has any... Nope, it's not there. Wait, are they still sorting the world at this point? Or is that changed? Ah, yeah, they're still stored in the server configs. But yeah, if you go into, hang on, let me see if I can show you. If you go into your saves folder, if you go into the saves folder, find wherever your save is, go to server config, inside there, and then go to FTB Essentials. Then if you search for, what would it be, just home, wouldn't it? Yeah, home. If you just search for home and then just change the maximum number to whatever you want it to be. And then save. You will have to, I think you will have to leave the world and reload the world. You don't have to close the pack down. You just have to exit the world and reload it. And that should work. Did that, hopefully that helped. Platinum lines have consumed your base, so nothing crafts now. The joys of using shitloads of power. Right, and we want to shut this off as well when we are below a certain amount of platinum dust. So if we emit a redstone signal when we are below, say, again, 16,000 platinum dust, and then shut that off at that point. There we go. That's actually not as quick as I thought it'd be. But it's fine. It works. Huh. Okay, so maybe it is in the... Wait, what are you... which pack are you playing, Rufus? I was working based on the assumption that it was this pack. I'm guessing not, though, is it? Ah, right, yeah, in that case, yeah, they after 120, I think they moved all the stuff back into just the configs folder. So yeah, if you just find that same FTB Essentials one in the folder that it says, you should be good. Well, there we go. That should take care of our platinum. Consumes all the chlorine for platline. You have enough to process the loss, but not the immediate throughput. Time to get more chlorine then, I guess. Actually, don't know what options you have chlorine-wise in hard mode. Right, okay, that is... Oh, wait, why are you stopped at 190? Oh, because you've just used a bunch of Ruridit and you're just making more. Okay. How am I doing for Iridium now? Oh, got 1,000, so not great. All right, so that takes care of the platinum. So that's the first 3 tiers. Now we just got to do niobium titanium. Niobium titanium, we already have the dust crafting. We just need to get the EBF for the ingots. And then yttrium barium cuprate is the other one we need to do. Now we are going to have to make sure we have enough of everything to deal with this. Yttrium and barium are obviously the only things we really need to worry about. Yttrium, we got 12k. Barium, we only have 613. We do have 20k barite, though, which we can electrolyze, which I am going to go and do now, because we have literally no other uses for barite. So let's go, and that is not the right side. Right. So that should get us a little bit of barium. Wait, how much will it get us? What? 20,000 divided by 6? About 3,000. Hopefully that's okay. We can fit one more on top of it, can't we? Right, so for the yttrium barium cuprate, it only needs to be EV, but we may as well do an IV mixer for it. Which we handily have ready. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to shut this off on as many different things as I would like. Well, maybe we can. Do we need barium for anything else besides yttrium barium cuprate? Is it used in anything else? Molten mercury barium calcium cuprate? I have no idea if we use that for anything. I'm going to go ahead and guess probably not. It's an HV superconductor. I don't think we need to worry about that too much. We do need it in here. Somewhere. There it is. Yeah, so we do need it for the motes of omnium. But not too much else. Yttrium is... Yttrium, I'm guessing we're getting the yttrium from... what are we getting the yttrium from? I'm assuming... Yeah, processing rare earth. Okay. Yeah, these are some strange options here. Thing. Allow users to access an anvil GUI without needing an anvil. Same for a lot of other stuff. I think there's one like that for like an ender chest as well. I think somebody pointed that out to me in when we were playing FTB Skies. Which, incidentally, we will be back on tomorrow. Right, I need an interface. I need an exporter. Or an export bus, rather. Because we need oxygen in this as well. Now, I would also like to shut this off if we drop below a certain amount of... Wait, do we need... We didn't need barium for anything else. What about yttrium? I think I'd still like to shut this off if we drop below a certain amount of barium anyway, just in case, but... Yttrium is used in molten ink alloy as well, which is... I'm assuming that is used for... Yeah, vibration safe casing. So we do want to make sure we have... we keep yttrium as well. But we can only really shut this off on 2 different things. Which kind of sucks, but... That's fine. Anyway, right. We need a robot arm. And we need a filter. Does actually make quite a bit as well. Which is nice. Since a large part of the recipe is just oxygen. Which we got plenty of. Okay, there we go. And then... Yttrium, barium, copper. Okay, so... we're also going to need a storage drive for the yttrium barium cuprate dust. We don't need to store a huge amount of it, though. Alright, so for this, if we just store like 256 of it. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? Oh, we need machine controls as well. Right, so if we have emit redstone signal when we are below that, and this we will emit a redstone signal if we drop below, say, 1024 barium. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, see, that always throws me. Whenever you exit this GUI and go back into it, the tooltip always changes to saying the normal mode. In this mode, the cover will require a signal weaker than the set redstone signal to run, which is not what we've got it on. It should be inverted, but whenever you exit the GUI and go back in, it switches back to saying normal. Welcome back, Twilight. And we want this to emit redstone signal when it drops below, and this needs to not be inverted. You destroyed some people in racing, now you're going to dev 21.1 PNZ. How's the dev work going for that? Hey, Twilight. Welcome back. Yeah, it's annoying, that is, Hideyoshi. I've kind of been noticing it like pretty much the entire time I've been playing. It's fucking annoying. It's broken, yay! In what way is it broken this time? How have you managed to break it this time? Alright, we're doing this in IV, right? Yeah. Updating mods caused it to not load. Ah, fun. I always seem to have that issue whenever I try updating mods in mod packs as well. I had it with Skygreg as well. I didn't try to update a mod. I tried to add in sophisticated storage, and it did not like that at all. Oh, circuit. Circuit. Well, you're definitely not going to be speedy. I know that much. Right, come on. Just give me one. Wait, hold on. How do I not have a recipe for yttrium barium cuprate? How do I not have a recipe for that? Oh, I know why. I know why. That was really confusing for a minute then. We've got it in the ABSs instead, so we never make the dust. Normally. Right. We'll leave the recipe in there for those, but we will set it up in an EBF as well. All smokes that don't shut off the machine, just the boss. Yeah, you've got to put the You got to have the emitter going into the actual controller block, which if it's any more than one block out from a wall, you can't do. Speed, always fun. So Northernmost 10 to the sky, going for turning raw gold to shards to chunks for a good output of gold ingots. Right, bottleneck is power. The only way I've been processing my things so far, and it's not the doesn't get you the best yield, but if you just, I'm assuming you're getting the gold from, wait, where are you getting the raw gold from? Because honestly, I've just been smelting the raw gold. You get more than enough from it anyway, at least so far. But yeah, I've been putting the gold ore blocks through a mechanical squeezer. And you get close to 5 times. Well, with the stack that I put through, I got close to 5 times. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I like very rarely bother with the mechanism, the mechanism ore processing lines. They're fun to set up. They're definitely fun to set up. But they are incredibly slow. You have to kind of massively scale things up to get things at a decent rate. Alright, we need RTM alloy coils and IV power, although probably do it at LUV just to speed that up a little bit. But where are we going to put this? Because that's got Canthal coils. Those are 8 SSG. I guess we set them up in here. Oh my lord, how have I only got 9 RTM alloy coil blocks? Where the hell did they all go? You get almost double by processing it? You do, but given the amount, like, do you still feel like it's worth it, given, like, how easy it is to get the resources in the first place? Like, once you've got a decent sieving setup, you end up with a ton of them. Do you still feel like it's worth it, or is it something that you're mostly doing for, like, because you enjoy the setup of it? Oh, we've got to do niobium titanium as well, haven't we? Shit. Those need RTM alloy coils as well. So we're going to need another 10 on top of that. Always the one thing he was always bottleneck with, but you do also enjoy the setup. I mean, that's the best reason to do it, really. Is because you enjoy it. I think the reason I kind of, a lot of the time I end up saying like kind of stuff like that just like doesn't seem worth it. I think a lot of the reason for me is just that I've done it so many times at this point. I've done these things so many times at this point. It's kind of got to a point where it's just like, I really don't want to do this again. You're doing literally all you can without touching Geor. What is it you've got against Geors? Like, what is it you have against it? So I've never really used it. Like, the first time I really touched it was been when we've started to play FTB Skies. And I've not minded it so far, but I've barely touched it, so I'm kind of curious what your reasoning for not liking it is. I can't even remember what I've used in here to set these up. Where have I got the maintenance hatches? On the top. So we should just be like that. And then we'll have Power output bus. What do we need for the niobium titanium? What do we need for this? Just HV. But if we do that at IV, and then yttrium barium cuprate at LUV. Actually, I wonder, is it worth... It might actually be worth doing both of these at LUV. I still have an LUV energy hatch there. Because these you do at least get a slight power saving when you use higher power tiers. Actually, is it? I might actually just use Naquita coils for these, you know? Because we've got 64 of them, and we're not using them anywhere else. What temperature do we get with those? 7200 Kelvin, and these are 4500 Kelvin for yttrium barium cuprate, so... we get at least one perfect overclock with them. 8100 Kelvin would get us 2 perfect overclocks. I don't think we're going to get to that, though, because we get some slights. I think every power tier above the recipe tier gives you an extra 100 Kelvin. I don't think that's quite going to be enough, though, somehow. We need AME output bus. That's great. Thought you had a piece of food stuck in your tooth. It was a piece of plastic. Oh! Problem now you have to watch out for mods that stop updating on CurseForge and move to mod... Oh, what is it about, like, when is the whole kind of Minecraft modding scene gonna kind of just stabilize? And stop just changing every 5 fucking minutes. Got yourself a hammer? GG. You're making fucking good progress, Larvae, I gotta say. Wait, you've only just got a BBF? If you've only just got the BBF, how did you get the hammer? That's very annoying, though. Yeah, it seems it. Actually, let's use stocking buses for these now. Oh, you know what? I've not really been keeping an eye on the monazite, have I? Or neodymium. Oh, we're up to 21k neodymium. Ah, that's fair, yeah. That works. Wait, did I just make the... I only made one stocking bus. Why did I only make one stocking bus? Do I go back to 112 for packs? At least things were stable then. Are we processing monazite? We're processing crushed monazite, or well, we're processing raw monazite from the micromine emissions to get neodymium.
Running away!
As well as neodymium ore.
Yellow bastard!
But monazite is the one that we're getting more out of. Believe it or not. Finish mining a lapis chunk now. You move on to iron. Have you found a mica vein yet? Just out of curiosity. It took me fucking forever to find one. You are having really good luck in your playthrough, Larvae. I'm a little jealous. Am I missing anything else here? I don't think so. Alright, hang on, let me have a look. Not bad. Only thing that I'm not seeing is that wood will come in handy if you decide to use diesel and oil for power is a oil sand vein. Those are definitely worth it. I don't even have Lavamatron, let alone Agricraft. I mean, if you can find an alternative to Agricraft, I would be all for that. Like, Agricraft is definitely kind of a staple of ozone packs. But it's not the same as it used to be. And it almost feels like trying to use Agricraft because it worked well back then. It's probably not the best thing. Right, if we do this one for niobium titanium, and we'll just do 512 for now. And that, oh wait, that needs to be emit when below.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
I think we'll just do, well, we'll do 512 for the yttrium barium cuprate as well. Alright, enjoy the light, Larvae. Oh shit, I've missed my break again. God damn it, quiet, where were you? I'm 23 minutes late again. How dare you not be here every second of the stream, Quiet? Let's just get one of those and one of those so we can put them in the filters. And then that'll go there, that'll go there. Wait, this was the one we were doing for yttrium barium cuprate, right? Yeah. And then our one niobium titanium ingots can go in there. Oh, we also need storage for these as well. We're not going to get... I was really hoping to get a lot more of the circuit stuff done today. It's not going quite as smoothly as I'd... Well, it's not like it's not going smoothly. It's just taking a little longer than I anticipated. Right, so yttrium barium cuprate ingots. Yeah, I can understand that, Quiet. I can understand that. Right, so... niobium titanium can go in there. And we need circuit 1. And yttrium, barium, cuprate can go in there on circuit 1. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I saw some things about that the other day. I think it's in all the mods 10 to the sky as well, but I haven't looked at it yet. Or it might be a different mod, I don't know. Alright, 5 seconds. Are we even making the niobium titanium dust that quickly? I don't think we are. And 13 seconds for the yttrium barium cuprate. Okay, well, that is those sorted for now, at least. They might need to be sped up later, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For right now, though, I am going to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a couple of minutes. So I will see you all then. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Shall we get back to this? Thank you for the welcome backs. Okay. So, these were doing all of our bolts. And that's what all of these were for, right? So yeah, tin, annealed copper, platinum, niobium titanium, and then yttrium barium cuprate. So we're going to make all of this visible to the subnetwork. Kind of wish I'd done this in a slightly different way now. Okay. So we need tin, annealed copper, platinum ingots, niobium titanium, and yttrium barium cuprate. I can't. You know what? I can't even remember if I've set this up correctly or not. I guess we'll find out in a minute or two. I did. Perfect. Okay. Right, we're also going to need some storage cells. I don't think we're going to need this many storage drives, by the way, because I'm going to kind of... in fact, we probably don't even need a 16K storage drive for this. So I'm going to put all of the bolts together in one storage cell. Since we're not going to be storing many of them, we'll put all the bolts together in one storage cell. We'll put all of the foils together, and we'll put all of the fine wires together as well. I'm not going to put destruction cards on these ones, though. Alright, so we need you. So these are going to be the bolts. Let's... grab all of these. Tin bolts, annealed copper, platinum, niobium titanium, and yttrium barium cuprate. Let's call them circuit bolts. Go in there, and then we've got for the fine wires, copper, red alloy, electrum, and platinum, and niobium titanium. Good evening, Semedis. How you doing? Okay, and that is circuit fine wires. Oh, I cannot get used to this bloody keyboard. Oh, that's the fine wires, and the other thing we need was the foils. So we need copper, electrum, annealed copper, and platinum. There we go. You doing good? How is your Moni playthrough going? All right. So we need to put this as extract only, don't we? And let's start from the bottom. So, first things first, we need tin bolts. So, I'm going to need a bunch of robot arms. So, I don't know, there isn't a standard format for doing modded seeds enclosures for Cube.js. Apparently need to learn how to do a data pack for it. Yeah, I never could quite get my head around the data packs either. You abandoned that a long time ago, didn't have time for it, your little son around, that's fair. That's fair enough. What did you have any packs in mind? Alright, so we want to insert 10 ingots into here. And then we need to outputs there and inputs there. And then this for tin bolts. For now, if we just keep a stack of them in stock at any given time. What did I fuck up here? We're below 64 tin bolts. You should emit a redstone signal. Oh, wait, you're not actually connected yet, are you? That's what I've screwed up. Oh, that's awkward. Again, we're gonna end up with the we're gonna end up with the Windows screensaver. Unfortunately, there's not really any way around that, though. At least no reasonable way around it. We've already got the power going over there, so we don't need to worry about that. I think what I'd like to do is... I guess we can bring this down at a... We can keep this lower and then have it following here. Or partially following here. Yeah, let's have this running alongside here. It's a lot of extra cable, but it's going to be a little bit neater. And I do like things to be neat. Okay, that should be all of that hooked up. Although I think I do want to do this as well and have this one block below. Really looks almost 10 to the sky, but it looks like a copy of the previous one. It's not quite a copy of the previous one, but it doesn't, I would say it doesn't really have anything special about it by any means. Oh. I have been playing it a little bit. And yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything like interesting about it, at least not yet. I was kind of disappointed. FTB Skies 2 seems alright, though. It certainly seems a lot more interesting than... certainly seems a lot more interesting than Almost 10 to the Sky. Right, that is now online, so... Why are you not... Hold on. Are you not doing that because you've already got... Oh, right. It's already crafted the tin bolts. That's why. Okay, there we go. That's fine. That works. Okay, so that's the tin bolts. Then the next one up is going to be the annealed copper bolts. Which again, we're going to store 64 of those. Actually, you know what I am going to do? I'm going to grab that. And I think that should copy all of the output settings on there. I don't think it copies the cover settings, though, which is a shame. Right, okay. So we need robot arms on all of these. Right, next one up then's annealed copper. Okay, these are nice and quick. All right, then the next one is platinum. Oh, fuck. We're not going to need platinum bolts for a while. How many did I manage to craft in that time? Oh, fuck me. Okay, well, we've got 600 platinum bolts ready and waiting. Oops. Note to self, do not forget to do that. Wait, now, you should be turning off. Why are you not turning off? Oh, because it was turned off from that. And yeah. Okay, so if I just set this to... Okay, right, that's fine. Okay, we've got a few too many of those now. Yeah, if anyone needs platinum bolts, I have a couple of them spare. Thankfully, it's not too bad. And they will eventually get used, so it could be worse. Right, that should be turned on. I really hope I've set this up. I'm paranoid now that I'm going to end up with no niobium titanium again. There we go. Okay, right, that's fine. That one's good. And then yttrium, barium, cuprates. And again, 64 of those. Emit when below that. Actually, let's leave that on export for a moment while we set this up. Holy shit, that was quick. So, at MV, it's 0.75 seconds at MV. And we've got IV ones here. So basically 1 tick per 8 bolts. That's not bad. All right, so that's the bolts sorted, and then a couple of extras. Okay. These ones are for the foils. So the foils, we need copper, electrum, annealed copper, platinum. We didn't have copper in there, did we? No, we haven't done copper yet. Copper ingots. We're also going to need sodium persulfate in here as well. It should be visible. Wait. Did I not put a stocking hatch in here? I thought I put a stocking hatch in there. Apparently, I did not. Well, let's fix that. Now there is a stocking hatch in there with sodium persulfate. Okay. So, we should have all the items we need for this. So if we set these up first of all, so copper foils, again, no point in keeping any more than 64 in there. Same with we haven't got electrum coming through yet either, have we? So we're gonna have to do that. Let's make sure these are all inverted. Nope, no electrum yet. Right, so then we need robot arms. I may as well put all the robot arms in now. I put that on the wrong side, didn't I? Right, robot arms. Did I put the machine covers on everything? I did. Okay. So, bottom one was copper foil. Right. And then copy that. Oh, wait, we need, what do we need circuit-wise? And it's 10, right? Yeah. Oh, that doesn't copy the circuit. I was hoping that would copy the circuit as well. Beautiful. Okay. Perfect. Okay. These are all inverted. All right, so that's copper. Next up, we have electrum. That's a little slower, but that's fine. Still doing what it needs to do. Apologies, I was pulled away as you asked you about Geo. I used it in a few packs and wanted to get away from it for once. Second, to automate it, it's either a Zycraft extractor or use block breaker setups with complicated mess of only mining the crystals at max growth. I don't know how to set that up. Okay. It's not too difficult to do. Hang on, let me show you. It's a little bit of a pain and does involve a little bit of messing around. We've got similar, basically, it's kind of what we're doing over here with the Certus Quartz. But basically what it's doing, what we've got on here is, it's, for these ones, these only harvest when it's maximum growth. So basically, these will only break them if they can have somewhere to store the drops. I know you're not going to understand this. This is as much for me to remember how to do it as well, because I'm going to have to do this tomorrow anyway. But you basically have it set to, a storage bus set to only store what it can drop. And then it will only break it when that is fully grown. So as much for my own benefit there as anything else, Rufus. But if you do want me to try and kind of write an explanation of how it works, for if you ever decide to use it again, like just let me know and I'll see if I can put something together. I can't guarantee it will be overly helpful, but I can try. All right, so annealed copper is next. Be using integrated dynamics. Honestly, integrated dynamics would be considerably more difficult to do. It would, I guarantee you it would be more difficult. I'm not saying it's difficult, it just would be more difficult. Oh, if you're not using AE2, then okay. Although you could probably do the same thing. Haven't they got similar things to the Annihilation Planes with... Oh, wait, are you just using integrated dynamics for storage? If so, then integrated dynamics makes a ton of sense. I absolutely understand that. Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense then, yeah. And yeah, fair enough. In that case, it would be considerably more difficult to use applied energistics. And kind of pointless setting it up just for that one thing. Yeah. I mean, I guess, again, like, for me, I know integrated dynamics reasonably well. I've used it quite a lot. But I definitely know applied energistics better. So for me, obviously, my go-to will always be applied energistics. But that doesn't necessarily hold true for everybody. All right, platinum foil is next. Let's try not to overproduce platinum foil like we did the bolts. We've got plenty of platinum right now, but speaking of which, actually...
I see. Running away! You yellow
Oh,
bastard.
shit. I have probably been trashing a ton of platinum. Eesh. Oops. Right. I should probably... Could somebody remind me once I finish setting this one up that I need to fix that? Just read integrated dynamics has an add-on that adds HTTP API interaction with the network. Oh, that is quite cool. Yeah, integrated dynamics is amazing. The only thing I'm very gutted about now is that integrated NBT was never updated to newer versions. It makes working with NBT data much more of a pain. That's the one thing I really wish they'd done. Because like it's still possible to do everything you could do with integrated dynamics, but having a nice GUI where you could just click on the the NBT tag you wanted to track or you wanted to store in a variable, was so much easier. Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? I've put my anvil in the wrong place. Gonna combine idea with the QIO drives. I've still never used the QIO drives. Like, I've never had a need to. Like, I'd like to have a pack at some point where I actually need to use them, rather than it just be something that I craft as part of, like, one of the final items or something like that. It's just called platinum dust, right? Could you let me take that out of there, please? Yes. Okay, right. Let's go. This is the one bit I can't do. Well, I can technically do this remotely. But I'd have to set up a ender chest with a ender pouch. It'd be an awkward thing to set up. Sure, 5 millibuckets every 0.8 seconds is more than 240 millibuckets every 8 seconds. Yeah, not quite. Is that for distilled water by any chance, Guitar Lilin? Okay, right, so last up, fine wires. So we need fine copper wire, fine red alloy wire, fine electrum wire, fine platinum wire, and fine niobium titanium wire. Maybe. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's kind of you lose a little bit on the the distillation on the 260 millibucket one of water, but since water's free, it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, I've made a similar mistake as well. I have to admit. Right. Okay. So this was fine copper wire, and again, 64. We don't really need to. I don't think we're going to need to store any more than that. Same with the fine red alloy. Can you go into there, please? Oh, for crap. I just clicked it out again. Actually, would this be quicker to just... copy, paste. And then just change the item? That's electrum, platinum, and niobium titanium. Oh, that's going up nice and quickly, actually, the niobium titanium. That's nice. Wait, why am I stopped at a 1024 iridium? Like, is that because I'm using the iridium? Hang on, I'm very confused here. Is this because I'm using the iridium, or are we just not getting it for some reason? We've still got platinum group sludge. Why have you stopped, though? You've got nitric acid. Oh, you've not got any more sheldonite. That's why. Hmm. Okay. All right, fine copper wire. Means we need copper ingots again. We should already have those. I think we've got... have we got everything we need for this? I think we have. I haven't inverted these yet, though. Oh, I also haven't got a circuit in any of these yet. I'm pretty sure these are circuit 3. Yeah. All right, so import. Turn that off because I fucked up. Wait. Did I fuck up again? I think I did. Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, so if we set this to that for a second, that will turn back on. Okay, good. Right. Let's make sure we copy and paste the settings for that. Right, so we've got the copper fine wire. Oh, we haven't got we haven't got the red alloy coming in through yet, have we? That is not visible to this system yet. Come on, get through. Thank you. All right, and red alloy ingots. That should stop in a second. Yep, beautiful. All right, and then electrum. I found a mystical agriculture close compact data pack, but it doesn't have the cross-mod compatible seeds like uraninites. Can you kind of figure out though from that file how to make the data pack that you'd need with the proper compatibilities, or is that the bit you're not sure on? Should be one meeting. Welcome back, Twilight. Right, okay. Platinum ingots. Right, you go in there. You go in there. You should stop after 8 of these, I think. Roughly. Nowish. Yeah, there we go. And then, last but not least, it was niobium titanium, right? Yes, all right. And again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. All right, beautiful. That is all of the foils. Yeah, that's all of the foils, the bolts, and the fine wires sorted. Let's start having a look at... Actually, the first thing we're going to have to do is we are going to need requesters. Can we make requesters? We should be able to. Without too many problems, actually. Right, so we need you in here. I am rapidly running out of space for patterns. I have a feeling we're going to need a couple of these, so let's make 3. You think you can? It just means reloading all the same recipes you did for the MACs for the insulator. So hopefully it won't be too hard. I'm sure you'll manage it, Lovin. Or Life, rather. Why did I call you that? I have no idea. Anyway, I'm sure you'll manage it. Either way. Right, we're also going to need to make crafting CPUs as well. I can't imagine I'm going to need... Wait a minute, if I have all of the recipes for this available within the ME system, I'm only going to need the requesters to request... the actual final circuits, right? And it will just craft everything else along with it. We're not going to need to request all the additional bits and pieces. Although I think I'm still going to do that anyway. You've beaten the parking gods today? How did you manage to beat the parking gods, Quiet? And what exactly do you mean by you beat the parking gods? Holy shit, 448 fine raritic wire. What the fuck? I'm only making 3 of these, right? Oh, I guess it's all the ZPM circuits and everything else. We're currently still making these. Wait. Where's the fine raritic wire coming from? Huh. Anybody know where... Why is it... Oh, right, for UV motors. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say, where the hell is all that raritic going? Jesus. You got this? You have indeed got this, Life. I believe in you. Drove to a very front lot and managed to get a spot in the front row. The lot you normally park in is almost full. Hey, there you go. So things are already looking up then, Quiet. Okay. Well, we got hey, there we go. All 3 requesters. Now I don't need to have these in one place to watch. We have a requester terminal, right? Which I'm assuming... Oh my god, we need to use a requester to make that. Oh well, that's fine. I'm assuming that will allow us to see any requesters on the network. So if I were to put that there, and then say put that there. Hey, there we go. Okay, so that's good. So I think what I'm going to do is all of the things that we're going to be... I think I'm going to make 2 more of these as well. And I think all of the things that we're going to be potentially requesting stuff for, then we'll have the requesters for them. The problem is if we do that, if we have requesters for things besides the final product, then it's going to be making multiple of the things, I guess. Because it's going to request them for, say, a circuit, and then the circuit, and then it's also going to request them just outside of the circuit request. for their own use, so it's going to make multiple of them. It's not going to matter in the long run because we're going to need them regardless, but I think that'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. But we need to basically request. I want to make sure all the things that might take a little bit of time, we have a few stocked up. We don't necessarily need many of them stocked up. But I'd like to have like a stack of each of the circuit boards, for example. And probably a few stacks of the SOCs. Probably a few stacks of the circuit boards as well. So we have like 4 stacks of everything. I always found it weird that there's a scroll bar here, but you can't scroll because you've only got like that amount of slots. Okay, so what else are we going to be storing while we're doing this? Let me put some stuff away.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
All right, no worries. Enjoy school, quiet. Right, okay. So we can change our requesters from here, which is good, so we don't need these in any particular place. We are going to have to obviously make sure we have patterns for everything. Let's do all of the... let's do the circuit boards first. Let's just make sure this whole system is actually going to work. In some capacity. All right, so we've got those. So those will be the printed circuit boards. And those will be then we'll also have ones for the non-printed circuit boards as well, because those are going to need to be crafted. That's not where that wants to be. I want that wants to be in there. That'll be all printed circuit boards can go in there. And then we'll do another one for the non-printed circuit boards. So those, and those. There are... Oh, wait a minute. Ooh. Oh, right, that's how you use the fiber reinforce. Okay, so we're actually also going to need palladium foil as well. And we're actually also going to have to be crafting palladium too. I missed that somehow. There's not any other bits I've missed here, is there? Oh, right, shit. We still need to be able to output, like, the epoxy resin sheets and stuff as well. Oh, I'm missing bits again. Fuck. That's fine, though. That's okay. We still need to have what we're doing now regardless. And those are just circuit boards. Okay, so let's see the other bits that we are missing here. Let's get rid of that. So plastic circuit boards just require... We can probably do them with PBI sheets. We might have to step up our PBI production a little bit, but we can probably make these with PBI sheets. So we might need to get some solidifiers in here as well to make like the PBI sheets for that. The epoxy sheets. And then the fiber reinforced circuit boards. We need reinforced epoxy sheets, which... Oh... Borosilicate glass fibers. I keep finding bits that I've kind of forgot to factor in here. Okay, so those two are easy. We just use fluid solidifiers for those. The reinforced epoxy resin sheets are a little bit trickier. And then these just require the fiber reinforced circuit boards to craft, so... All right, no worries, Rufus. Is fission or fusion? Not raw carbon fiber for what? For which ones, Asanam? We're also going to need to put sulfuric acid in these as well. So the borosilica wires. Don't think we can do that, can we? Oh, we can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's considerably easier. Yeah. Yeah. I actually didn't even see there was a second recipe. But that's okay. So liquid epoxy and the raw carbon fiber sheets are fine. So we're going to need to send epoxy through, and we're going to have to speed up our epoxy production as well. Squares, how you doing? But either way, yeah, we need that recipe and not the other one. And then for the multi-layer fiber reinforced circuit boards, we just need to get palladium foil, which we can do easily enough. We are going to need to get palladium being made, but that's not a problem. And then fiber reinforced circuit boards are just the ones we made in the previous step. And we can do all of this. We should be able to do all of this within the same LCR as making these inks, since we need sulfuric acid for each of these. So speaking of which, let's put sulfuric acid in there as well. Let's come on for daily points again. Exclamation point credits, I think. Right. Okay. So we do need one more bender. Oh, for getting the daily points. Yeah. Exclamation point daily. Yeah. Sorry. I was thinking for checking the amount. Sorry, my mistake. There we go. That will go on top of there. And we need another interface. I haven't checked out TPS in a while. Right, that's the IV output, right? Oh, we've gone up to 16 milliseconds per tick now. Unsurprisingly, that is creeping up. Just don't get quiet to put her to do her hours. Quiet spends a little bit of time in here. That's 1,044 hours. That is a lot of time, AK. Right. What am I doing? Emitter. I've already done the emitter. I need... Oh, machine cover. That's what it was. Right, we haven't actually got that much palladium at the moment, I don't think. At least not in ingot form. How much do we have? None. None at all. Right, let's go downstairs and make another furnace. Wait, didn't I set up the recipe for the furnace? Did I not? Oh, I did. I just made it an EV one, didn't I? Not Ivy. Okay. Most of your time is spent on it. What was your other account? Rufus. Ah, that's right. I think I have a vague recollection of that. But I have a terrible memory, so... Right, interface... And emitter. I think I'm going to stop this at like 8,000 instead. I will do the same with the palladium. That was 80,000, not 8,000. Church. Right. Machine cover. Do I have palladium ingots? No, I do not have palladium ingots storage. I've actually got considerably less palladium than I thought as well. So I might need to look into that. Hey, Dagon, how you doing? Your time has run out. I'll see you next stream. Alright, no worries, Squiz. Take care of yourself. I left my cell workbench elsewhere. Good, and myself, I'm not too bad. Alright. You can go there, and Dagon, thank you for the hydrates and the posture check. You need $17. Yeah, I can relate to the poor thing. I need to buy a new keyboard. This one is horrible. Alright, where's my palladium dust? There it is. Alright, and... Perfect. And then we just need... you... Well, shit. That was pointless. I could have sworn you could do palladium in a furnace. I'm probably thinking of another pack, aren't I? Do I use fancy keyboards? Until recently, when it kind of died on me, I've been using a Corsair K70. Well, Corsair K70 Mark II. Which I really, really liked. But I unfortunately did not take as good a care of it as I should have done. And now the A key kind of works like maybe 60% of the time. And then about 20% of the times when it works, it double presses it when you press it, and it's just... I've tried cleaning it out, and it's kind of... it's not done any good. So... I need to get a new one. I've kind of needed one for a while, to be honest. It's been on its way out for a fair amount of time. How do I do this? These would be... The output would be there, and... Right, so for the palladium... I think I'm just going to do it down to... Just do it on Ivy. Like, we're going to get a lot of perfect overclocks with this anyway. I think. At least a few. So we don't really need any more than Ivy. Right. ME... Ah, it's an output bus we need, isn't it? Not an input. Charles, to get a Keychron board for your personal machine. You're loving it, but you use K70 at work. It's a really nice keyboard. You're keeping your fingers crossed it was just throwing a fit? Unfortunately not. I've at the minute I've got a crappy little kind of Logitech kind of bundle keyboard where it came with like a keyboard and a mouse. It's wireless, and I'm not a huge fan of using wireless keyboards. So yeah, but keyboards are decent. Keyboards, at least, are expensive. Right, muffler, and then we need an input bus. Was I using stocking buses now? I was, wasn't I? Your Tesoro keyboard has Cherry MX blue switches. You really like the loud clicking. I think mine just had red switches on it. I can't remember exactly. I was more concerned with like the way it felt than the what switches I had on it. But yeah, keyboards are expensive. Like I was looking at the kind of the most reasonable price kind of mechanical keyboard. I think it was like it was one of the Corsair ones, like a K50 or something like that. It was about 70 quid. Which I mean, I technically have the money available. It's just I'd rather not pay for it if I can help it, simply because I don't know. Like I never know from one day to the next. I don't have a steady income. Let's put it that way. So I'm kind of always very hesitant to pay for things, especially like this. The crappy one that I'm using at the moment is working. It's honestly, it's actually doing better than I thought it would. So palladium ingots. When you are below, we'll just say I don't know, it's 1024 for now. Should be fine. Oh, do I not have any more concrete covers? I don't. Right, monitor. And then palladium. Yes, other people have offered that as well. I don't know if I would accept, though. I'm not very good at accepting gifts. It would be appreciated one way or the other, though. Right, okay, so we've got to bring this up here. Circuit 1, and I need to rotate you so we don't have to deal with the smoke. And then we just need to output palladium dust. No? Oh, wait, I've not given it power, have I? Once again, a very important part of any machine. There we go. That's more like it. Right, now we've got palladium. Or we will have. It is 3 seconds per ingot. That will do. Right, okay. Microsoft Sidewinder X4. It's like, it's my equivalent, Estu, of the, have you tried turning it off and on again? It's kind of my equivalent of that, I think. Right, so we need to make palladium available. Okay. And wait, you've got power. You need circuit 10. You should be stopping. Why are you not stopping? Oh, because you haven't got anywhere to go. Ah, okay, right, yeah, because I never added these two. Oh, apparently we completed a quest. I never added these two. Oh, shit. That's something I didn't think about. Floor Bob A terminal. Do you mean this? This stuff is from X-Tones Reworked. It's called Bit. Davo, how you doing? This is awkward. I need to add... This is why I like to have things in individual storage cells rather than combining them like this. If I take this out now, this is going to see that there's not 64 in the... in storage, and it's going to turn them all on. And we don't want to waste a bunch of resources. So I think for now, I'm going to have to break that while I do this. That's awkward. I didn't really think about that. Right, okay, they are still turned off. I was a little concerned then. Yeah, I did not think about that. Ooh, so if I need to add anything later, I think we're going to have to add it separately. Oh, I've lost me hole again. There it is. Okay, that should be fine. So if we turn this to... yeah, I'll turn it on. Good, okay. There we go. So we've got the palladium foil now. That is good. We've just got to do these. So the PBI, epoxy. So we've got to basically we've got to make sure our PBI and epoxy are. Actually, I was already on the right side. Are producing quickly enough. All this is stuff that I started that was set up ages ago. I should probably redo it. How much storage have we got for epoxy? 4,000. Okay, so if we take this up to 2,048 buckets, What actually goes into our epoxy recipe? Acetone, phenol, hydrochloric acids. Acetone is the only thing I was somewhat might be concerned about. But I think that's fine. We've got over 6,000 buckets of it. We should be good. Oh my god, I've just realized we're running this at LV. That's fine. We're making 1 bucket in 41.67 seconds. We might want to upgrade that a little bit. And I think we probably want to upgrade the other one as well. What are you making? Oh, you're making the epichlorohydrin. Okay. Now, thankfully with these, they do perfectly overclock, so we don't need to worry about wasting power with them, which is nice. Right, EV and EV. Ah, dang it. That's a lot quicker. What is taking the time with this? It's just outputting the things, isn't it? I'll be the same on these. Okay, that seems to be going okay as it is. Yeah, that's a lot quicker. Unfortunately... Oh, this is where the salt water was going. Oh, wait, no, is that... Oh, no, it's making salt water, isn't it? What's going into this? Chlorine? Oh, God, this is going to use a ton of our chlorine, isn't it? Yeah, we are chewing through chlorine. How's the epoxy doing now? Maybe we stop this at like 1,024 buckets for now, then. We need to redo this entire setup, in all fairness, but we'll worry about that later. If we just get 2 recipes worth in here... Not quite perfect, but it works. Add an extra time. Oh, nice. So you still get to go, Guitar Lilin. That's good. Alright, still not perfect, but I don't want to speed these laser nodes up at all. That should be fine. That should get us epoxy at pretty decent rate. Certainly a good enough rate for now. Okay. So, oh, we need to check the PBI as well, didn't we? This is a little bit more of a complicated setup. And I think for this, we just want to make sure we are storing enough. 1,024 buckets, though, should be fine, I think. We'll find out soon-ish. Right, okay. So, what do we need? We need... So just these three. So we need a fluid solidifier for the PBI, a fluid solidifier for the epoxy, and a chemical bath for... Oh, and we've also got to do the raw carbon fibers, haven't we? Am I making raw carbon fibers? No. Where else do we need these? Oh, general gist is we are definitely going to need these passived. So yeah, if we do the recipe with carbon dust and PBI, and then we'll just store like 1,000 or so of these. All right. I actually don't even know if I've got carbon dust coming in at the moment. I'm pretty sure I have from somewhere. Oh, I've finally run out of space again. It had to happen now in the middle of doing something, didn't it? Wait, we haven't run out of space. What the hell? Oh, no, we have run out of space. We just ran out of space in item ones and not fluid. Okay. That's fine. Right, let's just make another 8 of those. That probably means you'll be late for stream again tomorrow. That's okay. As long as you're having fun. That's what matters. Right, and I need another 8 storage buses, and I need cable anchors. Have you found the Steam blocks? Yeah, they're nice to have. They use a shitload of bronze, but they are incredibly nice to have. When you can make them, I would definitely wait until you have at least a bender. At the very least, preferably bender and... Actually, I don't know if you need the wire mill, do you? I don't know, but bender for the plates is just worth it. Otherwise, you're using, like, considerably more. Oh, yeah, I mean, you definitely need you'll definitely need a wire mill for that, then. Absolutely. I'm not sure you'll be able to cover the cost of those 2 wires otherwise. But no, I think all of the Steam machines, that's like the Steam multi-blocks bar 1 I've made. I can't remember which one that is. Mostly because I probably felt that I didn't need it, but... There we go, that should be good. So if I put you into there now, you are still not going to go in. Why the hell? Oh, I know why not. I haven't made the fuzzy cards yet. That's why. I mean, if you've got the materials available, then why not? Would you let me just spread these out, please? Thank you, Jesus. Oh, and apparently I can't just shift right click on it. It has to open it for me as well. Thanks for that. God damn it. I just want an easy way to put my bloody cards in. Right, now you should go in, right? Yes, beautiful. Where did you go, though? There you are. Okay, cool. Right, what was I making? That's actually a good question. Hey, if you've got the time to do it and you feel like doing it, I honestly though, I would wait for the I genuinely would wait for a bender. You're not going to be too far away from it. And it will save you, well, it'll be one to one on the it'll save you half the amount of bronze, I think. Yeah, rather than 1.5 ingots, well, I'll save you a third, I guess. Rather than 1.5 ingots per plate, it's 1 ingot per plate. So it's worth waiting for. Just have to say, life is not a dude, by the way. At least I'm pretty sure they're not. You've now got me questioning it. You called everyone. Okay, fair enough. That is fair. Okay, right. So we need fluid solidifiers. Do I have fluid solidifiers craftable of at least EV? Yes, and we do have IV ones as well, so we do both of those. And the other thing we need is... Oh, we've still got to do the raw carbon fibers yet. We've still got to make those. We'll need a chemical bath. Again, we'll do... Actually, that we will just do a EV chemical bath. Just because it's fast enough anyway. Okay, and we'll put these... I guess we try and leave that space free, and we go with... Awkwardly, these are... Oh, no, it's 5 blocks. I was going to say, awkwardly, this is 4 blocks across, but it's not. So if we do those 2 there, and then we'll put the chemical bath there... How you doing, Morphe? Also, I think possibly between streams, since we're not going to be back on this till Monday, I might actually switch over all of the storage in the subnetwork to individual storage cells, just so we don't have the issues that we ran into a minute ago. Hey, I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing that, Harvey. If you feel that is the way to go, that is the way to go. Hey, shopping, it's horrible. Shopping, for me, personally, I would say shopping isn't horrible. People are. It's always the people that make it considerably more depressing. Usually because people in supermarkets are usually fairly obnoxious. Oh, that sucks. Oh, come on. Why? Okay, well, we're going to have to move this. And I guess as a result, this as well. That's better. All right. That wasn't too bad. That could have been worse. All right, we need 3 of those. And 3 of those. Oh, wait. 3 of those too. Oh, this one's going to be awkward, isn't it? Yeah, this one's going to be slightly awkward because we're going to have to bring this over here because we also need to output... we also need to output we need to output fluids and items into there, so that's going to have to do that. Right, okay, so raw carbon fibers. Epoxy or PBI? Obviously, PBI is considerably better, but we're also making it considerably slower, I think. So until we can redo this... I mean, that's not awful. Five seconds for just over a bucket of PBI is... It's not amazing, but it's also not terrible. So I think we can live with that. Right, okay, so we've got to get down to wherever the passive stuff is. And we need to make raw carbon fiber. So we need to output... PBI and carbon dust. Which, speaking of which, do I have carbon dust? Yes. In fact, I do need... I'm going to guess that I need a slightly larger cell for the carbon dust. Because I feel like we've probably been voiding a bunch. And we really don't want to be voiding stuff, if we can help it. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this back here so we can switch stuff over a little easier. There we go. How are we doing for europium now, by the way? Ooh, 124 buckets. Are we still... We've stopped going up. Why? And uranium, we're up to 63 buckets. Why have we stopped going up? That's off and that's off. Why? Oh, I'm guessing we went over the 128 buckets and then we've used some of it. Why this has gone off, though? Oh, shit. That was supposed to turn off. I have literally gone through my entire radon supply. Whoops. Well, that's not ideal. Wait, no, I haven't. Oh, right. No, we haven't gone. No, that was fine. It was fine. It did stop. It did actually do what it was supposed to do. It wasn't showing any in here because we turned it off. And that was the whole reason we did this in the first place. Okay, that's fine. That's actually perfect. And this should only turn back on again once we get over 1,200 buckets of radon again. Okay, that's fine. I thought I'd completely used up all the radon. Yeesh. Okay, anyway, right, we're fine. So geranium and europium we've got reasonable amounts of now. Raw carbon fibers. We need an autoclave. We'll just do an EV autoclave. Should be good. And while that is going, let's... Oh, it's done already. Never mind. Let's put this... Where? Over here will do, I think. Start a new little area for these. You can go there. Oh, I used cable anchor. I was going to say, how did I stop them overlapping before? I should use cable anchors. Right. It's pair for power. We need an emitter. We're also going to have to bring that over there as well. Because we're going to have to input fluids and items. We're going to need a couple of interfaces. I'm very curious how many interfaces I've used at this point. So, you know, I've caused you a slight tangent. I'm not even going to apologize for this. No, don't need a robot. IV robot arm. Just an MV will do. We need filters. Oh, I made a machine cover as well, or a machine controller, rather. We're not going to get all this done today, chap, and I'm very gutted about it. Alright, so we want that. And then we need to filter that for that. And then we need to find a polybenzimidazole. Oh yeah, these aren't connected yet, are they? That's why it's not working. Okay, cool. And we just need... it's EV, we're doing this out right? Yes. Alright, and... I set up a thing here, right? For the carbon fibers. I did. Right, we'll store... Well, you say 512 for now. Okay, could probably have done with that being a little quicker. So maybe we should have done IV. I think it's fine, though. Right, we'll store 512 of those for now. And then I want to go and see how many interfaces we have. Because I have a feeling it's lots. Uh, 87 full block interfaces. Wait, no, that can't be right. That can't be right. Only 100 interfaces. Surely not. Damn. Okay. That's surprising. Right, I'm in the wrong place. I'm still in the wrong place. I'm not paying attention. All right. Okay, so we do need... we're not extruding, we're solidifying. We need plate casting molds. Oh, yeah, we do have a few in subnetworks. Yeah, that's true. And those won't show up. Right, and we're going to need... let's just make... let's make the what we need for now. Wait, no, we need... 4 1K drives for all these things that we're going to be making now. So 1, 2, 3... Oh, no, just 3, I think. In fact, I think I'm going to change all of these out now. Like everything we're putting in here, I'm going to start changing stuff out now. Stuff that isn't already in storage cells or hasn't already got stuff in it. So we're going to need, what, another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 8 1Ks? We don't need destruction cards for these ones, though. Right, so plastic printed circuit boards. We'll have to do these one at a time. Epoxy printed circuit boards. Why do they have to have such long names? Don't mind saying them, but typing them's a pain in the ass. Right, fiber reinforced printed circuit boards. Wait, it's hyphenated, isn't it? Now, I always like to keep things named, for the most part, exactly what they're named, like their actual item name is. It makes them easier to find later. And I would, like, if I abbreviated something, I would forget. I can guarantee it. And now we're getting even more ridiculous to multi-layer fiber reinforced. I might have to, concatenate this one or shorten this one a little bit. How long can the names be? Holy shit. Yeah, I was just wondering, like, what the actual limit is. Actually, let's go and put these ones in here. No, I didn't either. But apparently it is. So I'm not going to complain. All right, epoxy circuit boards. And then we've got fiber reinforced circuit board. I don't know why, but for some reason, like, in most of the time when I rename stuff like this, I will always put in parenthesis at the end like an abbreviation of the mod that it's from. For some reason, I very rarely bother with on subnetworks. I don't know why. Oh, I've either missed something somewhere or I made too many. Both are equally likely. Right, what they call polybenzimidazole sheet. And then epoxy sheets. Right, yeah. Yeah. So we were one left over. So I made one. For some reason I had it in my head that we had 4 of these sheets to make, but we didn't, because the final one is made with the fiber reinforced circuit boards. Wait, no, I've already done that. It's that we need. Reinforced epoxy resin sheets. Epoxy. I can spell, I promised. Reinforced epoxy resin sheet. There we go. All right. So you can all go in there. And you can go away. Nah, I don't need to learn how to spell. It's all written for me in JEI. and does all the work for me. Right, let's make a few regulators. And we're also going to need a robot arm. And some filters. All right, so we need regulator there, and regulator there. And then robot arm there. All right, so we'll do PBI on the bottom. Actually, before we do this, let's make sure we set these up. And again, we'll just do store 64 of these for the time being. Okay. And these take how much for each one? 144 millibuckets. So do that. This won't actually do anything straight away because we haven't got these made available to the system yet. Epoxy sheets. Again, 64 of those. Make sure that both of these are inverted. And this again, I'm guessing is going to be 144 millibuckets. They're both still on export. And then these four things. Again, 144 millibuckets of epoxy. And then this. We need raw carbon fiber. How many do we need for that? Just one. Okay, we'll make it so there's only got one recipe's worth in any of them at any given time. Oh, let me in the hole. Okay, so we need PBI. I wish this like green highlighting wasn't so aggressive sometimes. Because you can't, like, if looking at that, you can't tell that there's PBI in that slot. Like, it's so easy to override something. Or is that just me? Like, is my eyesight just getting that bad because I'm old? It's a very possible thing. All right, so if we set that to import, you should stop when we hit 64. It's not just me. That's good to know. Right, when you shut off, there we go, perfect. Set you to import. And actually put epoxy in there as well. And this needs to be set for 64 of those. Right, that has stopped. Excellent. Right, we need to send epoxy to there. Wait, not carbon dust, it's carbon fibers we need. There we go. Although, why are you not pushing back? Ah, right, we didn't set it to auto. There we go. Okay. So that should keep going until we got 64 of those. Perfect. Right. I want to make sure before we end the stream today, I want to make sure we at least have these circuit boards auto crafting. So we're going to need to do recipes for all of these. But all that's all sorted out. So we're going to need to do recipes for these. So for the plastic circuit boards, we take that out of there. The rest of that is not right. We're not using those. We are using the PBI sheets. If we do that recipe, I'm going to need pattern providers. And we are going to name these, even though we're not going to actually use a terminal for these. So these are for printed. No, these are just the non-printed circuit boards, aren't they? So these are for the circuit boards. And then if we grab one for the epoxy circuit boards. And the fiber reinforced circuit boards. And then the multi-layer fiber reinforced circuit boards. Put all those in there. We're going to need to get crafting CPUs in here as well. So I'm kind of thinking none of these crafts are going to be huge. So if we just did, so let's just get like 8. Wait, how many machines have we got that we're going to have patterns running through? So 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we do, let's just do 6 of them just for symmetry's sake. So if we do 6 16Ks and 12 4Ks. That will give us some crafting CPUs. For right now, I think I'm just going to set them up. It's not really going to matter where we set these up too much, I don't think. Although I kind of do want to set them up above the machines. We're probably going to end up moving these around, but I think what I'd like to do is, so if we were have that across there, like none of these are any higher than this, are they? So if we just bring that over there. For right now, we'll just cover the whole thing in like that. Just for now. And then we want to do... We have this... Where's the center point of these? Be on there. I do something like that. I would actually have liked to have put a crafting monitor in these as well. Maybe we don't do it like this. Hold on, I got a better idea, or at least another idea. I don't know if it's better or not. Let's get rid of those. And we'll just do another 6 of those. Can I make crafting monitors at the moment? I don't think I've got a recipe for them, have I? No, not at the minute. All right, and then put you in there. And we just get 6 of those. And then grab those. I'll do this. Crafting monitor. Crafting monitor. I do kind of wish there was a way that we could say to these, use this specific crafting CPU if you're going to craft something. Unfortunately, I don't think there is. It's not something I've ever really tried to do before. There we go. I've got a bunch of crafting CPUs. So we just need to bring... Let's ignore the fact that this is going to look absolutely atrocious. It's just going to be a flat wall. I guess we bring this up and over. There we go. We've got some crafting CPUs on the subnetwork. Then, if we say we want to store... I need to remove that and that, don't I? If we say we want to store... If we want to craft... Right, say we want to keep 64 of those, and we craft them in batches of 8. That should not do anything. Okay, why not? Oh, because I toggled the request off, didn't I? Not requesting it still, though. Is that because you're already there? Oh, never mind. That's why. It's already got them. That was nice and quick. Okay, and then we just do the same for each of these. So we want 64 of those. Craft them in batches of 8. Okay, those haven't crafted. Or have they? No, why have those not crafted? Missing ingredients. What are you missing? Did I never set up gold foil? Do I even... Oh, wait. Did I see the gold foil as electrum foil? Ah, you pillock. Okay. So we need another bend. Well, there we go. At least we know this is working, though. All right, let's go and make gold available on here. Right, there is the bender. So we've gone from having less of the benders needed to more of them needed. This is fine. As long as we don't need any more, because I don't want to go too much higher than this, because otherwise we're going to hit the roof. Alright, so interface, emitter, machine controller. All right, and let's see. We just need keep exactly 4 of those. We need gold foil in there. We'll keep 64 of those. See, I knew there was a reason I made that extra 1K drive. We need you on circuit 10. We actually need to give you some power. Right, so please tell me you're going to shut off. Any minute now. That's concerning. Oh, I've just realized why it's doing that. It's because most of it was going to make the epoxy sheets. That's why it wasn't stopping. Okay, so it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. It seems, anyway. But yeah, this is the general principle for the kind of the way we're going to approach the whole of this. I do wish this was a little... I'd made these a little faster, but... for the most part, we're not going to need it faster. Although I do think maybe we store 128 of everything, at least. Because that's the thing that's slowing this down, is this. At the moment. So if we make sure, let's actually turn all of these to 256 instead. Do everything to 256. Unsurprisingly, the platinum bolts are still... we've still got over 256 of those. But especially the foils. The foils will... that will give us a little bit of a buffer. I'm going to say this again. When are they going to give us the ability to access level emitters externally, like from a terminal? So those are the epoxy circuit boards. And then we should have enough of those. And then if we do these 64 in batches, excuse me, 64 in batches of 8. Now, the problem we're going to run into is that they are not... I think the problem we're running into, at least, is they're not exporting as quickly as I would like. Epoxy reinforced circuit boards. So what's taking the time with those then? Like, why is it just the fact that they are... Yeah, it's the fact that they are only sending one item out at a time. That's the problem. Now, apparently you can send more items out at a time with crafting coprocessors. So do we want to do that? So if we just made, say, 6 of these... and 12 of these... It was told to... No, it was... Well, wait, was it told to do batches of 1? Did I still leave it at 1? I did, didn't I? Yeah. Good point. But I don't know if it will send all 8 out at a time anyway, since the recipe is only calling for one lot of them. I could increase the amount... Oh, we've got enough there anyway, that's fine. We could increase the amount that we put in the recipe. Yeah, it might be worth doing that. I want to try the coprocessors though, just in case. See if that actually helps. So... yeah, so that should go on to making those. Yeah, since it's still only outputting 1 at a time. We'll have to move stuff around a little bit, but I'm going to wait till this has finished crafting. Which it apparently has. Only it's still crafting now. I'm guessing the stuff is going through quicker than we can see it on the monitors, or the monitors just aren't updating. Hey, Quiet. Welcome back. Now we have enough of everything there, though. But this is the general gist of how this is going to work. Right, we're going to... disconnect all of these. I'm going to break them all for a minute. And I am going to cable anchor these so they're only connecting in one point, because otherwise it's going to bug the crap out of me. How's it going over here? Slowly. But it's going. I'm starting to get tired now, but I want to get this, at least this first bit done so we know this is going to work. Which it seems to be working. Everything seems to be working okay. Okay, so the next thing we're going to want to do, I've just realized I've got this in the wrong spot. Can I copy requester settings with a memory card? What I'd like to do is make the requesters go over the place where they're actually requesting for. Ah, beautiful. Okay, I can do that. Wait, why? Why are those crafting? Um... I'm confused. That just went absolutely nuts for some reason. It's stopped crafting the fiber reinforced circuit boards. Those now aren't crafting. So that was weird. Anybody got any idea what happened then? Oh, we're now missing annealed copper foil. Wait. Oh, yeah, because each one takes 8, doesn't it? Okay, so... What? I am so confused. I get that it hasn't got the annealed copper foil. Like, I get that. That's fine. I'm restarting the whole thing. What the fucking hell was that all about? That was incredibly weird. Like, I love requesters, but my god, do they not work sometimes. Because that is still saying... That's saying that there is 64 fiber reinforced circuit boards in there. There is absolutely not 64 fiber reinforced circuit boards in there. What the actual fuck? And yet there is 137 multi-layer fiber reinforced circuit boards there. I am so incredibly confused. Anybody got any ideas here? I am very confused. It'll still craft those. Oh, now it's updated and seen that there's not any in there. And now it's crafting them. What the shit? I don't know what happened there, but it seems to be okay. Maybe. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, right. We've got to go do a couple more recipes. I want to get all the... So we'll get all the circuit boards done, and then we'll have to do the rest next week. Right. So we just need that. We need that. We need that. And I missed one somewhere. What did I miss? I missed you. Maybe we store a little bit more annealed copper foil as well, because it seems like we need a shitload of it. But maybe we take that up to 1024. And then we rename that to printed circuit boards. And then I'm actually going to set these to just 32. I wish you could like kind of put all this information in before it actually connects and starts doing anything. Because once it starts doing something, like, it will just screw up your input. I guess the only thing I can think is if we set this first. See what I mean? It didn't store the 32 there. Yeah, see, again, it didn't fucking store it. Jesus Christ. I'm still a little confused why we're not getting anything on the crafting monitors when it's requesting the crafts. Because I'm pretty sure we haven't got everything now, have we? Surely not. Oh. Okay, we have got everything already. Never mind. That's fair. Okay. So, that is all the circuit boards craftable. We'll put all these to 64. If it'll frickin' let us. I'm a little gutted that it's not showing us anything on the actual monitors, though. But I think that is because it's literally finishing them before we get a chance to see. So that's good. That's what we want. Okay, right, so on Monday, we'll get back and we'll finish off the rest of this. So we'll get everything up to at least the IV circuits. Well, the IV circuits, we've still got to make the crystal SOCs yet. Which means we need to get the crystal circuit boards, the crystal CPUs crafting to begin with. Because right now, we haven't got that set up at all. So that's something we're going to need to do. So we'll worry about those later. We'll worry about wetware circuits when we get to them, Hideyoshi. We will deal with that when we get to it. We're not there at the moment, though, so it's something for later chats to deal with. In the meantime, thank you everyone for being here. I do greatly appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow, probably at least, with more FTB Skies. We can actually hopefully make a little bit of progress in there. We finished setting off the sift. Well, we set up the sifters. We haven't set up the actual processing of things yet. So we've got to set that up tomorrow and see if we can make some progress, preferably in some of the magic mods. That would be good. And then, yeah, we'll be back with more money on Monday. Until then, thank you, everyone. I do massively appreciate it. I hope you all have a fantastic day, and hopefully I will see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.